in practice. If you have not registered, please, we have attendance registers outside, but also utilize the QR code. You know we are government officials, and we need to make sure that we have attendance registers. Dr. Naidu knows that we're going to be audited on this because it's on our annual performance plan. So they're going to ask for the attendance registers for the money that we've spent. So please, if you have not registered, they've indicated that we only have about 400 people that registered, and this is more than 400 people in this particular room. We have about 920 people that have confirmed attendance, so it can't be 400. Can you please make sure that you sign the register outside and that you also use the QR code. Kindly note that you do not have paper. We try to go paperless. There's also a QR code with the agenda or the program for the 3 days that you can just scan the QR code and you would be able to have the program with you. I am going to now hand over to Molly Chauke. Molly Chauke is the Health and Safety Officer for Birchwood. She would then be taking us through our safety moment and the briefing. Let's give Molly a round of applause.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Molly Chauke, and I'm from Birchwood Health and Safety Department. And I just had to brief you a little bit about our safety in case of emergency. In case of fire or hearing fire alarm, do not panic or run. Just evacuate in a designated emergency exit, of which are those 3 doors on my left-hand side. Through the glass door, just next to the wall is our assembly point. But there will be fire marshal who will be assisting us while we are evacuating. In case of trauma and medical emergencies, we have dial-a-medic on site, they're at room 3002 to assist us. In case somebody needs to be transported to the nearest a health facility for further management, we have TMH, we have Medicross and Medicare, just 5 minutes drive from Birchwood Hotel. For the bathroom, from my right hand side, on my far right, the ladies' bathroom. And from the second emergency door on my right hand side is for the gents. For those who smoke, on my left-hand side, emergency exit, just outside by next to the wall is our smoking area. Wishing you a successful conference, and do not leave your laptops and cell phone during your break times unattended. Thank you.
We can do better than that. We are full house. Thank you, Molly, for the health and safety briefing. And please note, do not leave your laptops and belongings unattended during break times. So on the program, we started with registration at about 7:30. Just a reminder, please do fill in the attendance register. It is very, very critical. I am now going to call upon Mr. Chabalala, who is standing in for our provincial Chief Director, Provincial Operations, that got an injury yesterday. So let's welcome Mr. Chabalala as he comes and welcomes us on behalf of the Gauteng province.
Thank you, Chief Inspector. Good morning. We are honored here to have distinguished guests, including the Deputy Minister that will be joining us, the Inspector General, the Chief Inspector, the Chief Directors from Head Office and Provincial Offices, the provincial chief inspectors from other provinces, as well as senior specialists from head office, academics that are here as well, industry delegates, representatives from ILO, organized labor, as well as the OHS inspectors at large. Ladies and gentlemen, your presence here underscores the importance of our efforts in promoting workplace safety and health. Mine is just to welcome all of you and also thank you for your commitment in advancing occupational health and safety. We look forward to productive discussions during these 3 days and actionable outcomes that will come from this conference. On behalf of the Chief Director, Provincial Operations from Gauteng, I'm saying you are all welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. That is our Head of Inspection and Enforcement Services for the Gauteng province. I am now going to request, can I see everybody that's an inspector? I want you to stand. Occupational Health and Safety Inspector. Wow. I need us to take a picture from this side. Please do take a picture. So you can see today we have an army of occupational health and safety inspectors here. We can go to war. Can we go to war? Yes. Are we going to war to fight this battle? Yes. Are we going to war to prevent injuries and diseases? Yes. Are we going to war with employers that do not comply? Yes. So this is the army of OHS inspectors. Let's give them a round of applause. A very, very, very special welcome to you, our Occupational Health and Safety Inspectorate. I see the inspectors from head office are not standing. There are inspectors from head office also. So welcome to you. You are, over the next 2.5 days, our guests of honor. So this is for you. And we do also have our critical stakeholders here. So enjoy the sessions, participate, interact, learn as much as possible. Even tomorrow when we have the different breakaways, go to the area where you need a little bit of, they say iron sharpens iron. So we are here for iron to sharpen iron over the next 2.5 days. So let's give them a last round of applause. You may take your seats. There is a saying that says, by Helen Keller, it says, alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much. So if we all work together, everybody in this particular room, which is our OHS inspectors, academia, health and safety professionals, we have compensation fund, RMA, FEM, our exhibitors at the back. If we all work together, we can do so much more. I am now going to step off the item that dealt with welcoming, and we are now going into the item that speaks about the opening address. I'm going to call upon the Inspector General that is responsible for inspection and enforcement services in the country nationally, Ms. Egi Moilwa, to come and give us an opening address. Let's give her a round of applause. And the applause must continue until the person is standing. The inspectors is saying, woo-woo. Yes, that's our OSH inspectors. Come some more. Over to you, ma'am.
Now, this applause reminds me of the story in the Bible when the Lord Jesus Christ gave his disciples an instruction, and he said that go to a village and get me a brand new colt. Colt is a a baby donkey. There is something that I want to do with it. And that is talking about the great entrance. So the Lord sat on the donkey. And as he made his way into the village, everyone was applauding on their feet. And the donkey felt so good. Because he thought, yo, I'm famous. Everyone is applauding for me. I thought we were going to react to that. But anyway. But anyway, it's fine. I'm not suggesting that I'm the donkey, ne? I'm just saying to stand after the inspectors, the real heroes and sheroes of the work that we do, is extremely humbling. And Program Director and Honorable Deputy Minister Jomos Bia in absentia, he is going to be joining us shortly. Senior management of the department, representatives of the Compensation Fund, the Federated Employers Mutual Assurance, and the Rand Mutual Assurance, our partners. Representatives of AUDA, NEPAD, representatives of Business Unity South Africa, leaders of organized labor from COSATU, FEDUSA, NACTU, and SAFTU, civil society rep, representative from the ILO, distinguished regulators, inspectors and professionals, our valued partners, exhibitors, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this Occupational Health and Safety Conference. It is an annual event, and this is where we come together just to remind ourselves that issues of health and safety are real. Issues of health and safety should occupy us. We need to get obsessed with making sure that workplaces are safe. Allow me to begin by extending a special welcome to the inspectors. And I want to promise you something. Ne? This time next year, when you stand up, you're going to be in your uniform. The chief inspector has promised me that you are 99% there. So if it doesn't happen, it will be her fault. But we are busy procuring your real uniform. We've started the process. It's at an advanced stage. I would also want to welcome all our distinguished guests, partners, delegates, and colleagues who have joined us from across the country and beyond, and also online. Thanks to technology, we've got people that have joined us online. Your presence here demonstrates a shared commitment to strengthening occupational health and safety and to improve the conditions under which millions and millions of workers of our country toil daily. This conference provides an important platform for engagement amongst key stakeholders, government, regulators, organized business, organized labor, professionals, researchers, and international partners. Each of these groups brings valuable perspectives and experience to the ongoing effort of improving workplaces' health and safety. Central to the topic is our theme, which says beyond compliance. We want to see ourselves pushing the parameters of compliance. We want to push the limits. We want to bring in superiority. We want compliance to be a matter of second nature rather than something that we do because we're afraid of law enforcing agencies. It should be something that comes naturally. Because if you do not do that, workplaces are going to continue to be a breeding ground for acquisition of diseases, for loss of limbs, and mental breakdowns. Harassment will become an order of the day. Millions and millions of workers are exposed to various hazards. No amount of talking alone will change the status quo or the outlook of compliance. It's got to be more than that. It is good to talk, But beyond the talk, there must be some tangible and measurable action. It is said that if you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it. And I just want to welcome the DM as he comes in. Can we just give him a hand of applause as we recognize? Thank you, Deputy Minister. We need to breed and embrace compliance as a culture. Over the next few days, this conference will provide an opportunity to engage on a range of important issues that affect occupational health and safety in South Africa. These include the strengthening of our regulatory frameworks, improving preventative strategies, leveraging on research. Research helps us to quantify exactly what it is that we're dealing with. And you know, I think it was PCI Mbongeni that made reference to the fact that we've got academia here. So we've got people that spend time doing research so that you can get data that is timely, that is alive, that is going to be able to influence and also help us to be able to be innovative. We're going to be enhancing collaboration between institutions and sectors. We've got to put our efforts together. There's no way that we're going to change the complexion of industries if we don't all come together and make sure that each one plays the role that they're supposed to play. Inspectors play a very significant role in the compliance ecosystem. Being on the coal face is not a small thing. They are enabled to do live sampling of the state of compliance. So inspectors, when you go out to conduct inspections, you're actually doing your bit of research, where you literally go to workplaces, you sample them, you determine the level of compliance with the laws of our country. We've got to admit that South Africa is one of those countries that has got beautiful laws. But guess what? People don't eat. They don't eat policy. People will not benefit from policy if it's just left in the shelves and it's not brought to life. So you are the people that bring that to life. Not only is your technical acumen brought to the test, but your emotional and psychological and mental balances. You are exposed to all sorts of things. Fortunately, in my life as an Inspector General, I've been to many workplaces where we literally sometimes will go to farms, see people toiling under the sun. We've been to places where there have been incidents, some fatalities, and our inspectors are exposed to all those things. So it is important that you understand that the role that you play cannot be underplayed. The success of this conference will depend on the quality of the discussions that we're going to be having and our willingness as participants to share experiences and insight. Whilst the work of the inspectors can sometimes be thankless, it is undoubtedly thoroughly rewarding as well, because it's going to bring that dimension of live interaction with various workplaces. I call upon everyone to participate actively, to exchange knowledge, and don't be afraid even to be critical. We are open to criticism. And I think that sometimes we learn more from criticism than we do from praise. On behalf of the Department of Employment and Labor, I would like to thank all those who have contributed to the organization of this conference. It's a big conference. It is a big conference. I think we're sitting at about just under 1,000 delegates all in all. So can we just give ourselves a hand of an applause? Your participation today and beyond demonstrates the collective commitment we share in advancing occupational health and safety in our country. It is therefore my pleasure to welcome you to this conference and to wish you a productive and meaningful engagement over the next few days. I thank you. Is it not lonely sitting here?
It is. Okay, let's give the Inspector General another round of applause for opening this conference. So the conference is officially open. We are now going to move into the next items, which will be messages of support. Whilst we're calling upon Lebu Setusha from Busa to come forward, I just want to, you can come so long, I just want to read a quote. It says, coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success. So today we've come together, it's a beginning. And we need to keep together and we need to work together for it to be a success. That is from Edward Hale. Can we give Lebo a round of applause as she comes and gives a message of support on behalf of organized business?
Thank you so much. Where did organized business applause go? My apologies. Honorable Minister in absentia, Deputy Minister, DDG Moila, Chief Inspector, leaders of organized labor, representatives from the Compensation Fund, Maritime Mutual Assurance, our OHS practitioners and professional bodies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor to address the National Occupational Health and Safety Conference on behalf of organized business and the broader private sector. We thank the Department of Employment and Labor for convening this important gathering and bringing us together, government, business, labor, and practitioners under the timely theme, Beyond Compliance, Prevention in Action. The theme captures a fundamental shift that must continue to shape our national approach to occupational health and safety. Compliance with legislation remains essential. Regulatory frameworks establish the standards that protect workers and provide certainty for employers. Yet experience across sector has demonstrated that compliance alone is not enough to prevent workplace injuries, occupational diseases, and avoidable tragedies. Prevention requires something much, much deeper. It requires leadership, strong systems, informed workers, effective oversight, and a shared commitment to safety as a core value of how work is organized and performed in South Africa. For organized business, occupational health and safety is therefore not simply a regulatory obligation. It is a strategic investment in people, in occupational resilience, and in sustainable economic growth. Safety and health in workplaces protects workers and strengthens enterprises. When enterprises are strong, productivity improves, employment becomes more stable, and the wider economy benefits. This understanding is increasingly reflected in our global labor standards as well. South Africa has taken an important step in this direction through the Occupational Health and Safety Prevention Accord, which I love to see on stage today, which we all signed as constituencies, I think in 2024, and the National Occupational Health and Safety Strategy that was published by the Department of Employment and Labor. These initiatives recognize that improving safety outcomes cannot depend on enforcement alone. They call for proactive and collaborative approaches that are embedded in prevention within workplaces and across sectors. For organized business, operationalization of the Prevention Accord and the OHS strategy means ensuring the prevention becomes part of everyday organizational practice. This requires systematic risk identification, effective workplace health and safety structures, continuous training, and strong leadership commitment. It also requires genuine worker participation because workers are often the first to identify risk and propose practical solutions that can prevent incidents before they occur. Building such a culture of prevention also depends on modern and coherent regulatory frameworks. Clear and reliable and relevant legislation helps bridge the gap between policy commitments and practical implementation. Organized business, therefore, supports the continuous progress towards the modernization of the Occupational Health and Safety framework and looks forward to the advancement of the Occupational Health and Safety Bill, which we're still awaiting for, which seeks to strengthen protections, address emerging risks, and improve alignment across the system. At the same time, we recognize that legislation alone cannot create safe workplaces. The truth test of commitment lies in how safety principles are implemented within enterprises, supply chain, and sectors. Across many industries, employers are increasingly adopting proactive approaches to risk management. These include improving hazard identification and risk assessments, occupational hygiene monitoring, stronger safety training programs, active workplace safety committees, and the adoption of recognizing health and safety management systems. Such approaches reflect an important transition from reacting to incidents after they occur to preventing them before they happen. Yet prevention must extend across the entire economy, including small enterprises. Small to medium micro enterprises are an essential source of employment growth, innovation, and economic dynamism. Many of these enterprises operate with limited financial and technical capacity, which can make the practical implementation of health and safety systems more challenging. For this reason, organized business supports stronger targeted efforts to assist SMMEs through practical guidance tools, training initiatives, sector-based programs, and collaborative models such as revolving safety representatives. Programs that strengthen knowledge, simplify compliant tools, and provide accessibility support that can significantly improve our SMME outcomes of safety while strengthening the sustainability of these small enterprises. In addition to prevention at workplace level, effective occupational health and safety systems require stronger inspection and oversight capacity. The inspectorate plays a crucial role in ensuring that regulatory standards are respected and unsafe practices are addressed. However, modern occupational health and safety systems must increasingly rely on data, intelligence, and technology. Improving reporting of injuries, occupational diseases, near misses can provide valuable insight in emerging risks. Digital reporting platforms and stronger information systems can help regulators in targeted high-risk sectors for more effective compliance and supporting employers in identifying patterns and improving prevention measures. Better information leads to better decisions, and better decisions lead to safer workplaces. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the greatest strengths of South Africa's occupational health and safety system is the long-standing tradition of tripartite partnership. Government, organized business, and organized labor have each distinct responsibilities, but our objectives ultimately converge. Government provides the regulatory framework and enforce environment. Employers implement safety systems and invest in prevention. Workers contribute with their knowledge, vigilance, and participation in workplace systems in the workplace. Practitioners and professional bodies contribute expertise, research, and training. When the roles come together effectively, the result is stronger prevention, safer workplaces, and more resilient enterprises. Organized business, therefore, remains committed to continued collaboration with all stakeholders to strengthen our national occupational health and safety system. This includes support of operationalization of the Prevention Accord, the OHS strategy, advancing modern legislative reforms, strengthening workplace safety culture, supporting SMMEs, and improving the use of data and technology to guide prevention efforts. Ultimately, the goal we share is clear. Safe and healthy workplaces protect human life and dignity. They support productive enterprises and strengthen our South African economy. The challenge before us is to translate policy commitments into everyday practice in workplaces across the country. The theme of this conference reminds us that the future of occupational health and safety lies, as it said, beyond compliance. It lies in prevention embedded in leadership, systems, and workplace culture. Organized business stands ready to work with government, with organized labor, and all stakeholders to advance this shared goal. Together we can build workplaces where safety is not only a requirement by law, but recognized as a fundamental value, that one protects workers, strengthens enterprises, and contributes to a more productive and inclusive South African economy. I thank you.
Thank you to one of our social partners, which is organized business. You heard organized business referred to the accord, which was signed in October 2024. They also referred to the OHS strategy, and they've indicated that our policies need to be put into action. So we are now going to move to organized labor. I'm going to request organized labor to come and sit in the front so long. I'm going to call on Kosatu, Ms. Mulalo Murudi, and I'm going to call on Ms. Rifta Ajam, as well as Mr. Walter Lukeleni, and then Mr. Zwelenziva Vavi from SAFTU. Then you can sit here so long. So first of all, let's give a round of applause for organized labor as they come to the front. It's just to make it a little bit easier. So whilst they are coming to the front, there is a saying by Michael, by James Penny. He says, the best teamwork comes from men who are working independently towards one goal in unison. So we are here to work towards one goal in unison as organized labor as well as organized business that just spoke. So we are going to first request Ms. Rifta Ajam from FEDUSA to come and speak on behalf of FEDUSA. Over to you, ma'am. Let's give a round of applause. Our inspectors, we know how we must applaud. Thank you. They say dynamite comes in small packages. So yes to dynamite.
Thank you very much, Chief Inspector. I've heard through the grapevine, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, comrades, colleagues and friends, that these beautiful high heels that the Chief Inspector is wearing is also a health and safety hazard. So I have abandoned mine over the years, considering we have to be out in the field and we have to do what is required. But allow me to take the opportunity first and foremostly, Program Director, Minister and Deputy Minister of Employment and Labour, the Acting DG, the Inspector General and the Chief Inspector, distinguished guests here this morning, representatives from government, labour, business and academia, ladies and gentlemen. I speak on behalf of FEDUSA, but broadly as organised labour. And Inspector General, there's always a risk, a safety risk, when you extend an open invitation that we must criticise and not sing praises. So forgive me if I use some of that opportunities this morning in terms of advancing that cause. It is not deliberate, it is not intentional, but our job here is to hold hands as partners and try and take on the fight to ensure that our beloved Mzansi, South Africa, remains one under the theme of moving beyond just being compliant. On behalf of the Federation of Unions of South Africa, the second largest federation in South Africa, it is both an honor and a privilege to convey our message of support to this extremely important conference hosted by the Department of Employment and Labour. And as this gathering comes at a very critical time and a moment in the world of work, I don't think we understand just how important this conference is, riding on the back of what had happened just last year at the International Labour Conference, where our beloved South Africa and our collective constituents from government, business and labour had ushered in the convention supported by a recommendation on biological hazards. And the team led by the Inspector General had taken a bow and used the opportunity, momentous in its very occasion, to make sure that inclusivity in particular is the name of the game when we deal with both occupational health and safety. And for that, you have to be acknowledged and recognized. Thank you for leading us in those very, very difficult discussions that we have engaged on. And equally so, across South Africa and globally, workplaces are undergoing profound transformation. There's technological change. There's evolving production systems. There are new forms of employment, and persistent economic pressures are reshaping how our work is organized. Yet amid these shifts, one principle remains constant and non-negotiable. Every worker has a right to return home safely and in good health at the end of the working day. Occupational health and safety is not merely a technical or a compliance issue. It is a fundamental matter of human dignity. It is a fundamental matter of social justice, and equally so for economic stability. When workers are injured, when workers are exposed to hazardous conditions or develop occupational diseases, the consequences reverberate more than just in the workplace, because it affects our families, our communities suffer, and the national economy carries the burden of lost productivity, of healthcare costs, and of social disruption. For FEDUSA, and as organised labour collectively, occupational health and safety therefore sits at the very core and the struggle for decent work. While compliance with legislation remains essential, FEDUSA is emphasising and continues to do so that meaningful protection of workers' lives and well-being has to go beyond compliance, and it has to be rooted in prevention, in practice. No talk shops, ladies and gentlemen. We have beautiful policies and regulations, but it must be informed by our ability to put that in practice. So we reaffirm today, and we will continue to do so, that real prevention is not just achieved through policies alone, but through visible leadership, through meaningful worker empowerment and inclusion, and collective and co-created intervention strategies that will ensure that there is continuous risk assessment and proactive hazard control. As FEDUSA, we approach occupational health and safety from three specific interconnected perspectives. Number one, we see the workplace, or we see workplace safety as a matter of rights. It is your right to a health and safety environment. We do not merely see this as just a regulatory or a legal instrument. South Africa's constitutional framework and labour legislation affirms that workers have a right to a safe and healthy environment. These rights must be realised not only in policy, but everyday experiences of workers across every sector of the economy. Now, Inspector General, this is the part where I'm going to lament. I want to say to every official that has stood earlier on, to the inspectors, to the team that is leading us in terms of advancing health and safety. When we speak about the subject, I want to appeal to you that FEDUSA and our affiliates in the public sector in particular, we want to press the pause button of taking the department to court every time. I'm going to repeat that, DM in particular. We want to press the pause button on taking the department to court every time. And I say that because not only is the Department of Employment and Labour the custodian of health and safety, but at the same time, we want to say that our members from PSA, from OSPERSA, from NAPTOSA, across the divide in the public sector, they are your employees, they are your human capital as much as they are our members. And we say, without fear, favour or conviction or contradiction, that your government buildings are unsafe. Your very own government buildings, not all of them, but some of them, are uninhabitable. DM, Chief Inspector, Inspector General, charity starts at home. Charity starts at home. And when we look at it, as the Chief Inspector said earlier on, inspectors, you must declare war. But you must not be afraid to declare war on yourselves. So we must stop pretending that it doesn't happen in our own backyard. And I want to thank equally so my president from the PSA who sits here this morning, Comrade Justice Shiburi, who is also a member of the Department of Employment and Labour, where we hear many of these violations taking place. It's not easy for us to digest these, but it is out of necessity that we have to go to court to deal with these matters. So I reiterate, we want to press the pause button. It is not easy for us to move on litigation, but the safety and the health of our members is also paramount to us. The second issue to FEDUSA is that we recognize that effective occupational health and safety requires partnership. It cannot be done in isolation. It cannot be the responsibility of one social partner each time. So IG, this is not criticism, this is critique. How can we do this together? And how can we appeal that government regulators, employers, organised labour and research institutions must work together to build a culture of prevention rather than a culture of reaction? We must be progressive. And thirdly, we understand that the future of health and safety must be proactive and forward-looking. The changing nature of work requires us to anticipate emerging risks, to strengthen institutional capacity, and equip workers with the knowledge and the tools to protect themselves as well. Within this framework, as FEDUSA, we continue to advance several initiatives to strengthen health and safety across our affiliates and sectors. A central pillar of our work is capacity building. And through our federation structures, we support the training and development of our shop stewards and worker representatives on the topic of health and safety. And these worker representatives are often the first line of defense in identifying the hazards, reporting unsafe practices, and ensuring that employers comply with statutory obligations. So strengthening their knowledge and authority strengthens the entire system. We want to work together to ensure that safe workplaces are not a distant illusion, but a reality. We want to continue to advocate for stronger enforcement capacity, improved inspection systems, and a greater coordination between regulatory institutions. The laws and the regulations are essential, and they definitely are there, but their effectiveness ultimately depends on how our ability collectively to implement them. We want to ensure and we want to affirm that attentive to emerging occupational risk requires new policy responses, and these include the psychosocial hazards. We speak about health and safety in the normal context, but we have to realize that at the end of the day, we need to look at the health implications of a digitized work environment and the safety challenges associated with new forms of employment. We also believe that the evidence and research must play a central role in shaping health and safety strategies, and we must work together with research institutions in identifying patterns of occupational diseases designed for effective prevention measures. So in this instance, we welcome these types of platforms, but we don't want it to be a coming together of inspectors and not giving them the power and the capacity and the capabilities to enforce that without fearing. And I say this with all due respect to the business constituency, because we have seen in the past our employers budget for fines. It cannot be right. Another area of increasing importance is integration of technology into systems and these tools for monitoring workplace conditions. When used responsibly and inclusively, they can strengthen preventative efforts and enhance the ability of regulators and workplaces to respond more effectively and efficiently. So ultimately, the success of health and safety depends on the development of a strong national culture of prevention. It requires regulators who are adequately resourced. And I'm very happy to hear about the 10,000 additional inspectors. The budget, I'm sure, is something that the department will manage, but we welcome that to strengthen your capacity and ensure that we can move to greater levels collectively. So good policies can be implemented if only there's a concerted effort and political will deeply rooted in strong leadership. Prevention is most effective when workers are actively involved, and we want to emphasize that it can be done. So for FEDUSA, this is part of a broader vision of decent work in South Africa, and we believe that a productive economy cannot be built on unsafe workplaces. Sustainable growth requires healthy workers, resilient institutions, and workplaces that are grounded in respect for human dignity. We affirm our unwavering commitment to the protection, the promotion, and the advancement of health and safety for everybody. Safe and healthy workplaces are not a privilege. They are fundamental rights, as the ILO has declared, and they are a cornerstone of decent work, productivity, and sustainable economic growth. And as a member state of the ILO, South Africa's role collectively and collaboratively with its social partners remains absolutely crucial. So DM, IG, Chief Inspector, FEDUSA continues to remain ready to work with you and with all current and thousands of inspectors promised to enter the labour market. So we work with you and not against you. Together we certainly can do more. As we move beyond minimum standards, we want to build workplaces where safety is not merely monitored, but becomes a lived reality. As I end off, I want to say that safe work is decent work. And safety starts with prevention. I thank you, and as always, as organised labour says, Amandla.
Thank you to FEDUSA. What did I tell you? Dynamite. So I'm going to call upon Mr. Lukeleni from NACTU to just address us and give a message of support. Mr. Lukeleni, you can come forward. Let's give Mr. Lukeleni a round of applause. He was also one of our former advisory council members, so he contributed to some of the policies that we passed in the past 3 years. Over to you, Mr. Lukeleni. 10 minutes. Everybody has 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chief Inspector. Good morning, everyone. As it's been said, my name is Walter Lukuleni from the National Council of Trade Unions. Our position as the National Council of Trade Unions is simply that the country South Africa is a broad workplace. Therefore, Deputy Minister, Comrade Mchomana, and all protocols observed. I don't want to break the protocols. Our position as NACTU is very simple, is that we come from a selfish position. NACTU is very selfish when it comes to safety, in the sense that we believe that NACTU cannot exist when the workers do not exist. Workers who are injured are a drain to NACTU itself, because we believe our policy as a union is that when you are injured as a member, you can't pay subscriptions. So from a selfish position, we sit with a problem that says one injury is one injury too many. Our position is that we want a zero injury workplace. We also come from a position that says the sector or the arm that is called the employers is very critical, because if we don't have employers, then we can't have workers, and if we don't have workers, we can't have trade unions. So our call is on the employers to consider the safety of the employees, our members, as a critical factor for their survival as employers. In the changing world of work, you no longer have that mass robotic kind of workplace where you can replace an employee simply, as was happening in the 20s and maybe in the 30s, where someone got injured, was dismissed, died at work, and was simply replaced. Nowadays, we come with skills as workers. We've got critical skills, and it's important for you as employers to budget correctly. Do not look at health and safety as an afterthought. It is part of your bottom line. This is what brings you profit. We know that we're living in a capitalist country at the moment. You want to make profits. You can only make profits if you make sure that all your workers remain present at work. As NACTU, we believe one of the critical supports that you can give to the Department of Employment and Labor is to budget properly for safety in the workplace. Not budget on the basis of what the laws are saying. We have said in different committees where we work through making the laws become people-friendly. But the most critical part is changing the law to becoming a culture in the country. As I walked in here into this venue, one of the things I saw, which is very problematic to me, is that the workers of this venue, some of them did not have the requisite safety equipment. And it is a conference of employment of labor. We saw in the beginning that there's almost 10,000 new inspectors, plus the old inspectors who are here. I haven't seen anyone giving a compliance notice to the venue. I hope something will happen. And secondly, that one of the things that we also are very concerned about as NACTU is that at the workplace, for us as National Council of Trade Unions, politics goes out of the window in the workplace. We do not believe in the separation of workers on political grounds. We don't view a worker who belongs to FEDUSA or a worker belonging to COSATU or a worker belonging to SAFTU as different from a NACTU worker. Because for us, all workers are equal, all workers need to be safe. As my comrade said, we believe also as NACTU that the fact that a worker woke up to go to work is important that this worker comes back from work, but does not come back as half a person without a part of their body missing. But we also believe that as we've been signatories of the various conventions as a federation, one of the critical things that we think employers should raise, and specifically the inspectorate should also look at, is the issue of what we call subtle injuries. As I stand in front of you, I'm wearing spectacles because of an injury at work in the broader workspace called South Africa. I think I see a multitude of people working, wearing prescription glasses here. The employers who are using the new technologies need to be cognizant of that fact that workers are getting injured. It may not be like in the past where someone loses their limb, where people are using crutches and wheelchairs, but people are now getting injured because of the technology that we're looking at. And we call upon the employers to critically look at increasing budget to prevent those kind of injuries. But there's also other injuries that come in the workplace because employers are also not investing in the country. There's an investment boycott. I would like to say that. There's an investment boycott because I don't believe that the employers that we have in this country cannot increase the employment of the unemployed in this country. I think it's an investment boycott because some of them have a hangover of the loss of power of the previous regime. But bear in mind, 30 years into democracy, you don't want to go there because as we sit here, we don't have black people, we don't have white people, we don't have Indian people, we've got South Africans. So as South Africans, let us invest in the country to do well. But to the inspectors, previously when I addressed the inspectors in one of the conferences, one of the critical things I raised was that we don't want to see you, especially the new inspectors. You don't walk here without disparaging the brand. You don't walk in here in the department in a Tez, and 2 months down the line, you're driving a Mercedes. But in the workplace, there's still problems. We are not saying don't buy the big cars, because you are now earning a salary. But as our members, because as labor, we believe every one of you is our member. You may choose which federation or which union you join, but you are also our member. We want you to be very selfish. That is our position. Be very selfish, that you do your job diligently. Do not take a bribe. Because if you take a bribe, you are in the value chain injuring a particular worker. That worker does not get the necessary safety equipment. That employer does not do the necessary budgeting for safety. That you as an inspector, you are killing the work of the department, the enormous progress that has been made by the department is being undermined by your taking a bribe. So we're asking you, especially the new ones, don't look at the old inspectors, seeing them driving these nice cars and think there's a shortcut. There's no shortcut. You must do proper budgeting so that you reach that stage. But also to the department itself, I would like to extend a special word of support to you, Chief Inspector. We have seen that the department has a mandate to deliver health and safety in the workplace, amongst other things. But since you came in, we have seen an acceleration of this deliverance. We have seen that workplace injuries are being minimized. When there are workplace disasters, there's critical interventions that happen. We wish to extend a word of praise to you directly, and to the Inspector General. I think, Deputy Minister, without attacking our own gender, I think the women are doing better. So I think I would expect that even in the inspectorate, as you employ more women. Because I think they are afraid of getting injured, therefore they will make sure that there were no injuries in the workplace. We will also want to extend wish you well in the 3 days. Do a proper deliberation. Do not focus on what the venue looks like. Do not focus on the niceties that you get here. Focus on the critical work that you are facing. Come out with proper resolutions, but more importantly, come out with implementable resolutions. Don't come up with something that's going to be a problem. Then the Deputy Minister must now go and argue in Parliament to get this thing happening. Come up with something that is sustainable, implementable, and easy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lukeleni, for those kind words. We are now going to go to COSATU. Mr. Vavi is not here yet. His office did confirm that he will be here, but we need to finish this section of the program. So I'm going to call on Mulalo Murudi from COSATU. Mulalo is also a firecracker. She's a cracker. You'll see for yourself. And she's also one of the new incoming ACOS members that was just appointed last week. So you can... Over to you. Let's give a round of applause.
No, thank you very much, Chief Inspector. That light there is a hazard to my eyes, Chief Inspector. I know that, thank you very much. I know that I've been given just 10 minutes, Chief Inspector, but I must acknowledge the Honorable Deputy Minister of the Department of Labor, Mr. Jomo Sibia DM, always a pleasure to see you. The Inspector General, Ms. Egi Muilwa, and yourself, Chief Inspector, Ms. Milleratos, the leadership of Organized Labor, and the COSATU delegation, our colleagues from the ILO, I think I've seen Mr. Mabele, key partners and stakeholders, I see FEM, I see RMA, and colleagues from the Compensation Fund, all inspectors in the room here today, all invited guests from different constituencies, including business, workers, and comrades. Amanda, I stand here today, Honorable DM, on behalf of the General Secretary of COSATU, and we wish to send greetings from the Federation. As COSATU, we wish to start by extending our appreciation for this invitation to deliver our message of support at this conference that really seeks to engage and address key issues of occupational health and safety of workers, which is one of our priority areas as a federation. We thank the department for the recognition of the critical role played by us as organized labor in advancing and addressing safety of workers in the workplace. Comrades and colleagues, as we stand here today, we do so on behalf of more than 1.4 million workers that we organize across different sectors of our economy who have been or will be exposed to occupational diseases, to accidents and injuries if we don't strengthen our efforts in the prevention of workplace harm. As we gather here today, there are families who are mourning their loved ones who died at the construction site in Omonde just recently. There are families who are mourning their loved ones who died at the Ekapa mine in Kimberley just recently. These families have been left destitute as a result of workers losing their lives in the line of duty. As we gather here today, there are workers who have lost limbs due to accidents. There are workers who are now in wheelchairs due to injuries at workplaces. There are workers who are now permanently disabled. There are equal workers who are also fighting for their lives in hospital. There are also workers who are battling cancers and other diseases due to exposures to dangerous chemicals. But there are also workers who have died at workplaces. This cannot and should not be allowed to continue, DM. All of this is preventable if we all gathered here today strengthen our efforts and prioritize safety in the workplace. No worker leaves their home to go and die at the workplace. No worker should be exposed to dangerous or unsafe working conditions in the hands of greedy employers that prioritizes profits over safety. As COSATU, our position is clear. We want to see justice for these workers, DM. We want to see these employers who don't comply with regulations, employers who compromise and gamble with the lives of workers, employers who don't comply with our laws brought to book. We have taken note of the theme of this conference, Beyond Compliance, Prevention in Action, and we would like to reiterate this. The Inspectorate plays a crucial role in the enforcement of workplace health and safety standards and the protection of workers. It must be independent, capacitated, and fearless in performing its duties. The Inspectorate must recognize the critical role played in health and safety by us as registered trade unions and must actively involve us in workplace inspections, investigation, and accident inquiries. Our most vulnerable workers in food and beverage industries, in clothing and textiles, in the construction sectors, domestic workers and farm workers continue to be exploited by greedy employers. We cannot move beyond compliance, Honorable DM, in this country if the plight of these vulnerable workers is not addressed and urgently so. In the previous conference, we raised our concern that the department was not doing enough to address the issue of occupational health and safety through inspections. And I think we all agreed that the department did not have capacity to conduct inspections. It simply does not have enough capacity. Hence, employers are getting away with a lot. So today, DM, we welcome the announcement by the President of the country that an additional 10,000 inspectors will be appointed by this department in order to strengthen capacity. This is a step towards the right direction, and we wish to welcome and applaud this, Honorable DM. While we feel workers are being exploited and not enough is not being done, as employers continue to gamble with the lives of workers in the name of greed and profits, the exploitation of vulnerable groups, such as farm workers and domestic workers, as indicated, is one area that really does require special and urgent intervention. As COSATU, we remain adamant that the department should ensure that workers continue to be empowered and are made aware of their rights and obligation regarding safety in the workplaces through advocacy efforts that we are also willing to support. And with this recent news about additional capacity, we believe that the Inspectorate will now beef up inspections across high-risk sectors, speed up accident investigations and inquiries, and finalize reports without delay. There are many outstanding accident reports years after workers have been injured or have died. This hampers the learnings of lessons and delays the implementation of preventative measures. But it also delays the families of workers who have died from pursuing compensation. particularly where employer negligence has been identified during investigations and inquiries. Honorable DM, for every opportunity that we get as COSATU, I'm sure you know this by now, we will never shy away from raising our frustration in the long process of amending the Occupational Health and Safety Act. This act is one of the oldest acts we have in this country. It's even older than the dawn of our democracy. This delay by the department has been reckless and unacceptable, to be quite frank, and has compromised the rights of workers and also compromised South Africa's international obligation. How do we then go beyond compliance, DM, when it takes more than 9 years to finalize amendments to just one bill? And I'm sure you've heard me say this before, DM. So our position is also clear on this. COSATU is of the strong view that the bill must be referred to Parliament without any further delays. And we believe that this bill will give you, as a department, amazinyo okuluma umkashi. We also want to take this opportunity, DM, to acknowledge the great work that you have been doing in leading high-impact inspections that are exposing employers who are not even complying with regulations. We are seeing inspections in manufacturing, in steel, in textile, and in construction sectors that has exposed employers who don't even adhere to payment of minimum wages. Some of them are even employing undocumented foreign nationals in order to exploit them. As a federation, we are making a call for more unannounced inspections in different sectors, and employers who are not complying with regulations must be exposed and arrested for violation of our laws. We call upon the department to partner with us as a federation of workers. We want to be part and parcel of these inspections, DM, and equally we will continue to blow the whistle on employers who don't comply with regulations, and we will always rely on inspectors here in the room and the department to ensure that inspections are followed through. We have also taken a recent note, a recent engagement with the Chinese employers in Newcastle who own textile factories, who have been in the news for all the wrong reasons, for abusing workers, for employing undocumented foreign nationals, for not paying workers a minimum wage, for not complying with any of our laws. We welcome the efforts that the department has taken to capacitate this employer on regulations and compliance. We appreciate this approach that the department has taken and hope it will yield positive results. We applaud this initiative and collaborative approach that seeks to hold employers accountable, but also marshal them towards the right direction. And as I conclude, Honorable DM, you see we have been following and keeping an eye on the work that the department is doing. This is how we are able to articulate on these issues. So as I conclude, Honorable DM, we wish you well in hosting this conference over the next few days. COSATU is here with its affiliates and will actively participate and be very vocal when it is needed. We wish you fruitful engagements and that all critical recommendations are taken forward and implemented. We would like to urge the department and all inspectors who are in the room here today to form a strong working together alliance with COSATU and all its affiliates in the execution of its duties, to ensure that we move towards a work environment that is safe, that is conducive for workers, that is compliant with all our relevant legislation in our country. We remain committed, Honorable DM, and our goal is clear, and that is to protect the rights of workers, especially those who are most vulnerable. Amanda.
Thank you, Ms. Murudi. Like I said, it's a firecracker. I was informed that the representative from SAFTU just arrived. So the SAFTU representative, you can come forward, ma'am. So let's give the SAFTU representative a round of applause. Better applause. We have a deal, OSH inspectors. We're going to give better applause. You can come through, ma'am. It's already your time, yes. Would you like to settle in? Are you fine? Okay. Okay. Thank you. You have 10 minutes. Yes, please. Thank you.
The program director, firstly, let me apologize for arriving at this time. It was not planned, but the General Secretary could not make it, and I was asked to come and replace the General Secretary after he has double booked himself. So that's the apology we are forwarding as the South African Federation of Trade Unions. Program Director, representatives of the Department of Employment and Labor, leaders of organized labor, the organized business, distinguished guests, colleagues and delegates, good morning. On behalf of the South African Federation of Trade Unions, SAFTU, we wish to thank the Department of Employment and Labor for convening this important National Occupational Health and Safety Conference and for inviting the South African Federation of Trade Unions to deliver a message of support. The theme of this conference is Beyond Compliance, Prevention in Action. It speaks directly to challenges that workers continue to face across many sectors of our economy. For organized labor, occupational health and safety is not simply a matter of compliance. It's also not simply a matter of regulation. It is fundamentally about the protection of human life. It is about dignity of workers and the right of every worker to return home safely after a day's work. The current challenges in occupational health and safety, the reality is, however, it is that many workplaces in our country remains unsafe. Workers continue to be exposed to hazardous conditions, poor enforcement of safety standards, and employers who place profit above lives of workers. The recent tragic incident reminds us of the urgent need to strengthen prevention and accountability. The collapse of the buildings in different parts of the country, including the devastating collapse in Omonde, as well as earlier tragedy in George, Western Cape, they highlight serious failures in compliance, oversight, and worker protection within construction sector. This incident results in the loss of lives and left many families devastated. They also raise serious questions about the workplace safety standards, the labor practices, the accountability also in the industry. As organized labor is also deeply concerned about the growing trend where some employers exploit vulnerable workers, including the employment of undocumented foreign nationals as a source of cheap labor. These workers are often employed outside formal protection, without any proper training, without any safety measures, and their labor rights being violated. This practice not only exposes the workers to dangerous conditions, but it also undermines labor standards across the economy. Exploitation and unsafe working conditions must never be used as a business model. Another area of serious concern is the increasing number of accidents involving the truck drivers in our roads. Many drivers are forced to work under extremely difficult conditions. They work long hours and unrealistic delivery schedules are imposed in the pursuit of profit. This places not only drivers themselves at the risk, it also places other road users, the communities who share the roads with heavy freight vehicles. Occupational health and safety must therefore extend beyond factory floors And construction sites include sectors such as transport and logistics, where the pressure for productivity can easily compromise the safety of everyone. So the SAFTU position is SAFTU welcomes the recognition of occupational health and safety as the fifth fundamental principle and a right at work by the International Labour Organization, the ILO. This recognition affirms the safe and healthy working conditions are basic rights of every worker and must be treated as such by government and employers. However, legislation alone is not enough because the paper accepts anything that is written on it. What workers need effective enforcement. Workers need well-resourced labor inspectors. Workers need stronger penalties for non-compliance. And they also need meaningful worker participation in workplaces, health and safety structures. Workers and their unions must be recognized as essential partners in identifying risks, reporting violations, and ensuring the prevention becomes a daily practice in workplace. This conference provides an important opportunity for all stakeholders, government, organized labor, organized business, and safety professionals to reflect honestly on the gaps that still exist and to commit ourselves to concrete action. For SAFTU, prevention means ensuring that no worker loses their life because an employer chose to cut costs. The employer ignores safety standards and prioritizes profits over people. Therefore, Program Director, in closing, as the South African Federation of Trade Unions, we believe that prevention must become the cornerstone of occupational health and safety in South Africa. We believe that no worker should lose their life because safety standards were ignored, inspections were weak, or profit was placed above a human life. Workers build our roads, and workers, they build our buildings. The same workers, they move goods across our country and keep our economy functioning. The least society can guarantee them is the right to return home safely and to meet their families. Let this conference therefore move us beyond dialogue and into action. Action that strengthens enforcement, action that protects workers, and ensures that tragedies such as those that we have already mentioned and witnessed in Omonde and in George, they never happen again. And SAFTU remains committed to working with all stakeholders in building workplaces that are safe, dignified, and just for every worker in our country. We also want to emphasize the compliance and occupational health and safety standards is not a favor to workers. It is a law. And every employer has a legal and a moral obligation to ensure safe working conditions. I thank you. Amandla. No, I realized when I was talking, the mind was also working. I realized that you can't even say that who was speaking on behalf of the Federation. Comrades, my name is Nondembeko Kaluzipo. I'm the Deputy General Secretary of SAFTU. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Like Mr. Lukeleni said, it seems like it's mainly women. We have two messages of support still. So I'm going to request just continue to sit. Two messages of support. The one is from the ILO and the one is from ODA-NEPAD, which is the AU. And then we're going to then go into the keynote address. So I'm going to call Mr. Koza from ODA-NEPAD just to give us a message of support. It's also part of our partners. We've done some training in the field of occupational health and safety for the region with ODA-NEPAD. So let's give a round of applause to Mr. Koza. Inspectors. We are not able to play music between speakers because we are also live streaming on YouTube. So when we stream music, then we get cut for copyright. So over to you, Mr. Koza. Please, 10 minutes or less.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Honorable Deputy Minister, Mr. Sbiya, distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners. It is really an honor for me to come and address this conference, particularly on the theme Beyond Compliance, Prevention and Action, because this sits very well with the Agenda 2063. When we speak about Agenda 2063, we are speaking about the sustainability of the continent and how we move forward as a continent. So from the African Union, I bring my greetings from the CEO, Her Honorable Naros Bekele Thomas. So I don't want to waste much of your time, but I want to take 3 aspirations of the African Union Agenda 2063. One is aspiration 1, which speaks about a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development, which this conference sits at the center of that. Because we believe that there's no sustainability without occupational health and safety that speaks to the people of this continent, speaks to the continent, to the economy of this continent, and also the environment of this continent. And therefore, this conference, it speaks to that. Number 2, I will jump to aspiration number 6. That speaks about Africa, which is driven by its own people, particularly driven by young people, women, but also at the center caring for its own children. And if we are not doing that, then we will not be supporting the Agenda 2063. And this this conference, when it speaks about that, it also speaks about protecting, the children, young people, and women as well by preventing injuries in the workplaces, but also, accelerating productivity in the workplace. The last one, aspiration 7, it speaks about, an Africa that is united, that is resilient, that also plays an important part in the global landscape and also become a partner in the development of this global area. And if we are not doing that, then we will not realize that. I'm sure you have seen recently that Africa is coming to the table. Last year, this beautiful country was hosting the G20, where we made, lots of progress in terms of that. And we believe that even this conference, as I'm sitting here, I've got lots of colleagues that we've invited to join us online from African, members as well, who are listening and following this conference as well. Because South Africa, it's a leader in this space of occupational health and safety. You have done well, and we are copying from you. As we've heard our chief inspector also talking about that. You also train other people as well, and we need you to continue to also participate in the implementation of the Agenda 2063. Lastly, for us, it's also a platform for me to come and ask from the department, partners, and everyone who's here, that in South Africa we've got 2 main construction projects that are amounting to about 120 million rands. One is in Capricorn, where we are building a lab which will be used actually to train young people on water processing and renewable energy. And that is critical for this country as well. And one of these water processing actually has been earmarked by the Minister of Water Affairs as a special project. As we are building there, we request, Honorable Deputy Minister, for you to dedicate people to assist us to build so that whatever that has been said here It's not happening in that project that we're building in that area. We need you to help us. We need you to train. We need you to also inspect our projects because we're investing a lot of money. As South Africa also invests a lot of money into African Union as well. Number two, the project number two also, it's here in Tembisa. Also, it's a 3 million euro project where we are training young people on air conditioning, refrigeration, maintenance areas, which is critical. Even here where you're sitting, you have got all this air conditioning. And then we are training skills in that area. It will start not so long. Also, we need training of our construction companies and also our partners in that area. Honorable Minister, I thank you very much and the colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Koza, for always gracing us with your presence at our events and for collaboration between us. We are going to call upon Mr. Mabele that will be doing the message of support on behalf of the International Labour Organization. He's also somebody that's like almost a household brand or name that participates significantly in the work that we do as the Occupational Health and Safety Inspectorate. Let's give Mr. Mabele a round of applause.
Thank you, Program Director, Deputy Minister of Employment and Labour, Honorable Jomas Bia, Inspector General, organized labour leaders that are here, business leaders, and all delegates. Program Director, I am now under adult supervision in the ILO. I am no longer allowed to come and speak without being accompanied by another colleague. So Mrs. Tepo Muhatle is with me, and many of you saw me taking this microphone stand because when I hold the mic, I tend to get off script a little bit. So I didn't want to do that, especially when I'm under adult supervision. Program Director, DM, Mr. Alexio Musindo, the Director of ILO Decent Work Team for Eastern South Africa and Country Office for South Africa, sends his apologies. He is participating in a UN meeting that is held somewhere in Pretoria by all heads of agencies in South Africa. The ILO is deeply honored to stand with South Africa as you convene this vital National Occupational Health and Safety Conference. DM, with nearly 900 prevention champions in this room, this may be one of the safest buildings in the country right now. Even if only one inspector or every inspector here has already mentally done a risk assessment of the exits. This year's theme, Beyond Compliance, Prevention in Practice, resonates strongly with the ILO's global mission, especially following the elevation of occupational safety and health to fundamental principles and rights at work. That recognition affirms what OHS professionals have known all along, that safety is not optional. It is not technical, not negotiable. It is a right that protects human dignity. And yet, anyone who has worked in the field of OHS also knows that the pursuit of safety can feel like participating in a comedy show. Inspectors everywhere, they share the same universal experiences. The worker who insists, I open quotes, we've always done it this way, I close quote. The supervisor who says, it's just a quick job. And the brave soul who thinks the laws of physics can be suspended for convenience. As one inspector once put it, And I open quotes, the most dangerous phrase I hear on site is, watch this. Going beyond compliance means shifting from checklists to culture, from minimum obligations to meaningful prevention. It means understanding that compliance might win you the audit, but prevention saves you the accident. Inspectors in many parts of the world are telling us, compliance is what they show me. Prevention is what they show each other when I am not around. That insight captures why this conference matters. When safety becomes a shared value rather than a performance for the inspector, workplaces transform. As another seasoned inspector likes to remind us, checklists don't catch falling objects, but prevention does. So by focusing on real behaviors, real risks, and real worker well-being, you are building the kind of lasting safety culture envisioned in the ILO conventions, Convention 155 and Convention 187. We also stand at the frontier of an OHS revolution driven by technology, artificial intelligence, drones, wearables, digital platforms, and predictive analytics are now part of the prevention toolkit. AI can detect near misses in real time. It can recognize hazard patterns across sites and predict where risk will occur before a single worker is harmed. But technology, as inspectors often remind us, has its limits. One inspector once joked, AI can detect hazards, but it still cannot stop a worker from doing something creative. Another shared, you can program a robot easily. Try programming a human to wear PPE consistently. These truths highlight a simple point that technology enhances prevention, but it does not replace human judgment, human values, and human responsibility. Across the world, tremendous work has already been underway to build an intelligent, integrated, and prevention-driven OHS system. So your efforts to modernize inspection, strengthen social dialogue, fill regulatory gaps, and incorporate technology reflect international good practice. If you want to understand risk, visit any workplace on a Friday at 3 p.m. But thanks to your commitment as inspectors, your collaboration, prevention is becoming not a Friday afterthought, but a daily discipline. The ILO wishes to pay tribute to OHS inspectors themselves, the unsung heroes who quietly prevent tragedies day after day, often with only their judgment and professionalism. Inspectors are the philosophers of the workplace. They say things like, my job isn't to catch you doing something wrong. It's to stop you getting caught by gravity. And perhaps the most relatable inspector wisdom of all is when inspectors say, if common sense were PPE, we would all sleep better at night. So your availability to combine enforcement and empathy, technical skills with persuasion, and authority with humor is what keeps workplaces safe and workers alive. As we look ahead, the ILO calls on all stakeholders, government, workers, employers, and experts to continue investing in a future where prevention is proactive, technology enhanced, and rooted in international labor standards. Safety cannot be an afterthought. It cannot be a checkbox or a seasonal campaign. It must be embedded in leadership, operations, values, and decisions. It must be championed by every foreman, every supervisor, every employer, and every worker. The safety slogan we hear in OHS community contain some real wisdom. Accidents hurt, safety works. Stay alert, don't get hurt. Safety first, because injuries last. And one more that always brings a smile to my face. Your family wants you to work safely. Your workplace should too. As this conference unfolds under the theme Beyond Compliance, Prevention in Practice, I encourage all of you to exchange bold ideas, challenge old assumptions, explore new technologies, strengthen partnerships, and celebrate the vital work you do. And may you continue to embody that timeless inspector motto, which says, I open quote, prevention is the only job where success means absolutely nothing happens. I close quote. The ILO stands beside you in advancing a world where every worker goes home healthy, safe, and hopeful, and where every inspector finally gets to finish their coffee before being called to just one more incident. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you to Mr. Mapele for that very inspirational speech. I love the portion that says, if common sense was PPE, we would sleep better at night. We now want to just thank everybody for taking out the time to give us messages of support. I'm going to call upon the CDPO for Northwest just to come and hand out gifts. I'm going to ask everybody that spoke this morning to just come forward so that we just give you a token of appreciation. Thank you. For all our social partners as well as the ILO and ODNEPAD. We are now going to go into the keynote address for this particular conference. The keynote address will be done by no other than our Honorable Deputy Minister Sipia. He is responsible for inspection and enforcement services nationally. There's many titles that have been given as an Inspector General, General Inspector General. So DM Sipia is a fully fledged inspector. So welcome, DM. Over to you.
Oh.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Mili, thank you very much for doing a great job. So many people. It's quite a lot of people inside here. It's massive, an army of highly capable human beings under one roof. It's one hell of a huge conference that I've attended since I've arrived in the department. And thank you to the team that has arranged and put together this great job that I see standing up here. Inspector General Ms. Moila, Senior Management of the Department, representatives of the Compensation Fund, Federated Employers Mutual Assurance, which is FEM, the REN Mutual Assurance, leaders of the organized labor and all representatives from different federations and affiliates who are part of us here. I know that we've got COSATU, we've got FEDUSA, we've got SAV2, we've got NAG2, and we appreciate your presence. The leadership of Business Unity South Africa, thank you very much for your presence. The ILO, AU, all of you, we are in this together. Thank you very much. Your presence means a lot. The distinguished regulators who are part of this conference, this progressive gathering, thank you very much. You are playing a very important role. Our valued exhibitors and partners who are part of us here, once again, thanks to you as well. This conference won't be a success if you are not part of it. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also take this special moment and greet our incredible inspectors, our A-team, the inspectors that we're having here. About 550 of them are gracing this gathering. Thank you very much, inspectors, and we are very happy that you are here. Thank you so much for your work that you do. I'm especially greeting the inspectors because I'm an inspector myself. I'm an inspector myself. I see myself through them. They see themselves through me. So we have this relationship that we have established where as the Inspector General, if the Inspector General tells everyone that I'm an inspector, you must believe that I'm an inspector. For the sake that I'm responsible for inspection and enforcement in the department, Inspector General and Chief Inspector, obviously I become an inspector by virtue of being responsible. So when the President talks about 10,000 and we talk about 2,300, you must add one, and that's me as the inspector. So we're in this together. Thank you very much. It is indeed a great moment to be part of this conference and want to thank everyone who's here. I must be honest, standing up here, you won't see it when you are seated down there. But standing up here, you realize that we have brought together the entire country here. But we didn't bring anybody, just any Tom, Dick, and Harry. I'm sorry if there is any Tom, Dick, and Harry here. We welcome you here. We are fine with you. But we have brought in here specialists, incredible minds, bright minds, people of integrity, but people who want to see this country moving forward. But people who want to make sure that every sector in our country is protected, every worker in our country is protected. OHS becomes the act that everybody respects, everybody complies with. That's what brings us together here. We're saying it's just not only now. We want to move beyond compliance. When we say we're moving beyond compliance, it's because some of the labor unions here raised it correctly so. We want to see compliance being a culture in our country. We want compliance to be a culture in our country. We want it to be a religion. If you go to church religiously every Sunday, we want compliance to be an everyday thing that you do. It shouldn't be, as ILO has said, it shouldn't be a seasonal campaign. You must live compliance. It must be part of you. I'm just talking about compliance in general. Beyond just OHS, it must be your culture to comply with everything. As the country, if all of us here, about 1,000 people, because it's about 1,000 people who are here, it will mean if all of us, we develop a culture of compliance, and we take that culture, we take it back home, we take it back where we're working. You can imagine how many people will start complying in this country, and will be a country that complies with all our laws in our republic. We'll be a very good country than the country that we are today, where non-compliance is an order of the day, and we want to deal with it. That's why we are here. That's why we've brought everybody under this roof, which I know our inspectors have inspected it, and everybody must be comfortable. The 550 inspectors, they've done their job to make sure that everything that you see here meets the OHS standards that we are expecting. So you must feel free. Nothing is going to fall. Nothing is going to trip you. Nothing is going to happen to you. We've done our thorough work. I'm quite certain about that. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me an immense honor to address you on important occasion of the Occupational Health and Safety Conference. This gathering brings together government, organized business, organized labor, regulators, inspectors, professionals, exhibitors, and international partners. Over the next few days, you will have an opportunity to engage, reflect, exchange ideas, and identify practical solutions to strengthen prevention in workplace. Prevention, prevention, prevention. Prevention is another word that you must take it with you when you go back. Let me begin by acknowledging the exhibitors participating in this conference. Your presence is an integral part of advancing occupational health and safety in our country. Prevention cannot be an outcome of policy implementation only. Innovation, technology, and practical solutions would enhance the ability of workplaces to pinpoint risks, manage hazards more effectively, and protect workers better than we see today. Your contribution, therefore, strengthens the collective effort to build safer workplaces. Without strong collaborative efforts, we are unlikely to make any significant inroads to improve the outlook of the country's occupational health and safety profile. This is not the responsibility of a single institution. It is a shared responsibility amongst government, employers, workers, professionals, and regulators. At the center of that shared responsibility, it is a simple but powerful principle. Every worker has the right to return home safe and healthy at the end of every working day. No worker must die at work. No worker must lose his or her limbs before he goes to work. No worker must be injured at work. All workers must wake up in the morning from their families, go to work or any site, then go back home happy to see their families that they are taking care of. It is our responsibility to make sure that we make this a lived reality and a lived experience. No worker must be injured. No worker must go back home ill because he has been affected by anything at a workplace. We need them to go back home safe and healthy. That is our responsibility, all of us here. We are here together because we have a common agenda and a common interest. In June 2022, the global community took an important step forward when the International Labour Organization recognizes occupational health and safety as a fundamental right and principle at work. This recognition affirmed what we have long understood and embraced. The department solidified its commitment by drafting and launching the OHS strategy in October 2024. Safe and healthy working conditions are not optional. They are fundamental rights. They are non-negotiable. They are not technical. For South Africa, this principle is not only international commitment, but also a constitutional imperative. Our constitution guarantees the right to an environment that is not harmful to health and well-being. These rights extend directly into our workplace. It means that protecting workers from occupational injuries and diseases is not simply a regulatory requirement, but a constitutional responsibility as well for all of us. Workers are not tools of production. Workers are not tools of production. They are made of flesh and blood. They are human beings, like every one of us. It is imperative to protect their lives and dignity. The theme of this conference, beyond compliance, prevention in practice. It's beyond compliance, prevention in practice. We're moving beyond just compliance. We want to see prevention in motion. It must be in practice. It must be in motion. The time for theories, the time for discussions and engagements is over. That era is gone. Ours is to make the issue of prevention to be in motion. We must practice it. Everybody must see it being done. Not just see it being done, it must be done. Because at times I always hear that justice must be seen to be served. But we must serve justice, we must see prevention being practiced. It captures an important reality. For many years, occupational health and safety has often been approached as a compliance matter. However, compliance alone does not prevent injuries and illnesses. Neither does it prevent diseases. What truly protects workers is prevention. The old adage that says prevention is better than cure is a very good word. It's a very good apt. It just captures it so well that we must deal with the issue of prevention and make prevention as part of us. It must be centered to everything that we do at a workplace. Prevention means identifying risks before harm occurs. Means you stop harm before it occurs. We identify risks that can cause harm. That's when we are moving beyond just compliance. We are seeing it being practiced now, the issue of prevention. It means designing safer and healthier systems of work. Systems must be in place. Any workplace without systems is not a workplace that we can say it's an ideal workplace. When you don't put occupational health and safety systems in place, that workplace is a danger to you, it's a danger to workers, we're a danger to the country. We are a danger to your family because you are going to die yourself and leave your family alone. What kind of a human being are you? Put systems in place, protect all of us. It means anticipating hazards and eliminating them before they cause injuries and illnesses. We don't want anyone to be injured or get sick. Let me therefore state this clearly. The Department of Employment and Labor does not accept the proposition that injury and diseases are part of the job. It can never be agreed to. It can never be. Injury and diseases have got nothing to do with the job that people do. People must work at a safer place, and that is our responsibility, all of us. Workers should never have to sacrifice their health or their lives to earn a living. No worker must sacrifice his or her own life just to earn a living. What country we should be? In fact, we can never be a country that allows that. We should never be a country that accepts that workers must die just to earn a living. Workers must work in a very safe environment. I said yesterday, addressing one of the unions, one of the federations in KZN, that, by the way, if our homes, we say, should be a happy place, why can't a workplace be a happy place? Why can't a workplace be a happy place? Workers can't go to work in a stressful environment, in a place where they are not happy, in a place that, you dread yourself to go there. When you wake up in the morning, you feel like, I don't want to go there. And then they're going to spend hours there. They are going to spend 8 hours, 12 hours, at times work overtime. And then it's an environment that is not a happy environment. Make a workplace a happy environment. Human beings are in a workplace. It's not the machines. It's not only the artificial intelligence that exists there. But it's human beings, flesh and blood, remember. Let's make it a happy place. Make it easy for workers to enjoy working. By the way, happy workers are very productive. They are good for companies. They are good for business. They are very productive. They give you profit because we are in business to make money. That's a reality. But make them happy. Make their environment safe. Pay them what is due to them. They will be happy. That's how it should go. So we are in this together. I always say, see us as the department in particular, as your partners. Whether you are from organized labor, whether you are from business, We represent both of you. We have your interest, both of you. We need to strike a balance. That's what we do, and we do it so well, believe you me. When you see us going to do inspection in your business, we are protecting you from doing wrong things. We are not harassing you. We are saying do what is right because you don't want to. If you do what is right, you won't come, believe you me. In fact, you make our work less and we become happy. But if you don't, then we come for you. So we're in this together. But we're making sure as well that you give workers what is due to them, but your business is protected. We're not going to close it down because you are not adhering or complying with our labor laws, like what we did in Eguhuleni 2 weeks back when we went to a construction site. We find that a construction site has been doing its work probably for a year or two with what I saw, those structures where they were building the social housing project for government. Imagine you are given an opportunity to do work for government and you don't have a construction permit from the department. You don't have a construction permit at all. But you have built almost 4 stories up, a huge site. And then we have to close that site because it means we don't know about that site and that site doesn't meet all our requirements. And we close it down and you lose money. That's why we always say non-compliance is expensive. Very expensive. But compliance is cheap. Comply and you'll see how simple your life will be. We'll come to you, we become friends. We laugh with you. In fact, we talk about those who do well. We incentivize those who do well by talking about them. We give you free airtime. That's our responsibility because our trophy is compliance. There is nothing else for us. The trophy for us is compliance. If you comply, it's a victory for us. And these inspectors always go and do that work, and guess who claims the victory? I always claim the victory. I always claim the victory, but I do work with them. That's why I'm happy even when I claim the victory. I'm not even guilty when I claim the victory from inspectors because I'm part of them. We work every day with those inspectors, and I can assure you, they are very committed. Very, very committed. Let me therefore state this clearly. The Department of Employment and Labor does not accept the proposition that injury and diseases are part of the job. Workers should never have to sacrifice their health or their lives to earn a living. Occupational injuries and diseases are not inevitable. They are preventable. They are not inevitable, but they are preventable. No job should cost a worker their life. That is why preventative systems must exist in every workplace, but these systems cannot remain static. They change from time to time. Technology is evolving. Work processes are changing. New hazards are constantly emerging. Systems have got to be adaptable. Our prevention systems must therefore be continuously reviewed and strengthened to ensure that they remain relevant and effective. That's why we are reviewing and reforming OHS, as there was an issue raised by COSATU as well regarding the amendment bill that we are currently dealing with, and FEDUSA. It's part of the evolution. Quite a number of things that we see today. When these laws were established and developed, they were not there. Workplace was totally different. And workplace today and workplace pre-1994 is totally different. What we see today was never there. Then our laws must be able to talk to the challenges that we face at a workplace today. That's why the team has been hard at work in dealing with the issue of amendments. Yes, I can assure you, it is going to bite. Once OHS, the bill has been finalized, it's going to bite. We want it to bite. It's going to have teeth like a shark. Not just a teeth like yourself. Yours are too small. We want the teeth like a shark or a crocodile teeth and nothing else, so that people can stop taking out the laws of the Republic for granted. Compliance, we are going to force those who don't want to comply. But those who want to come and work with us because they want to comply, who are readily available to come to you, pro bono at no price, we are going to assist you to comply. That's our mandate, that's our responsibility, and we are going to do that without fail. Our inspectors are forever ready to work with you. Even our partners are forever ready to work with you. The safest workplace is not the one with the best paperwork. It is the one where risks are prevented before harm occurs. Strong outcomes in occupational health and safety also require robust governance. Occupational health and safety cannot be treated as a technical issue on the margins of organizational management. It must be embedded in leadership, decision-making, and accountability. Boards must ask pertinent questions about occupational health and safety. This should be a key results area for boards. Executives must prioritize occupational health and safety. Managers must champion health and safety and lead by example. When leadership takes occupational health and safety seriously, the entire organization tends to follow. Lead from the front. Don't lead from the back. When you are a leader, you must lead from the front. Even in your family, you must lead from the front as the head of a family. You know me and the story of the head of the family. The head of the family must be the head of the family. Not the head of the family that tomorrow you find the head in the stomach or you find the head in a shoulder because you don't know that you are a leader. You just want to find yourself everywhere and you fail everywhere because you don't have direction. A leader must have direction. You know your responsibility. You know where you stand. You are the head, and the head is always connected in the neck. It thinks all the time, strategically. Don't find yourself being a leader. You are in operational areas. And that's when you are going to cause confusion because you don't know where you stand. Be a leader and be strategic. A strategic leader knows what to do. So managers, boards, and executives must lead by example when it comes to the issue of safe workplaces in their areas of work. We want all workplaces to be safe. It's a non-negotiable. And we are going to up our game. We are going to up our game. We are going to make sure that compliance is felt far and wide. In fact, with the 10,000 that we are going to have, we are going to reach far and wide now. We are going to be everywhere. And we are going to make sure that people do comply with our labor laws. If we're a country of laws and we're a constitutional country, a constitutional republic, then it means laws must be respected. Those who don't want to respect our laws must feel the wrath of the state. I'm a proponent of a biting state, not a weak state. A weak state will never give us anything. That's why the state must bite, and the inspection and enforcement wants to bite, and it's going to bite. The department wants to bite, it's going to bite. Law enforcement agencies in the country must bite. If we want to deal with everything that is about non-compliance, if we want to deal with everything that is about corruption, criminality in our country, law enforcement must bite. Not what we see. I'm not going to go there. Yeah, if you watch TV, you sleep stressed every day. Because what we see, it's a movie. Some of the things, it's things that we never thought they are existing in our country. It's the things that we see in movies, we see in other countries. But when you see them happening under your watch, literally under your watch, and then you start to see that we have a problem. But you are going to deal with that problem as government. The president is looking on that matter, and it's in the safe hands. Organized business and employers play a central role in this effort. Employers design the work environment. They determine the systems of work and provide the equipment and training that workers rely on. Employers, therefore, have a responsibility to ensure safe systems of work, effective risk management, and proper supervision. But beyond compliance, employers must also recognize an important truth, which is occupational health and safety is not an obstacle in productivity. It is a driver of productivity. Occupational health and safety is not an obstacle to productivity, but it is a driver to productivity. Because if your workers are working in a safe place, believe you me, there is no way your workers cannot give you what you want. Healthy workers are more productive, more engaged, and strengthened organization. They strengthen your organization simply because good health and safety is good business and ethical. When we simply put it, we say good health and safety is good business and ethical. And all of us, we must be ethical. Organized labor and workers are equally important partners in building healthy and safe workplaces. Workers are often the first to see emerging risks. They understand the realities of the workplace and could provide valuable insight into how hazards can be managed or eliminated. Workers' participation through health and safety committees, consultation and reporting systems, therefore essential. Make sure that all these committees are existing at your workplace. Make sure that consultation do take place. Involve your workers. If your workers who are on the ground are not involved in what you do, then you are something else. Your business is just, your organization will be something else. When employers and workers collaborate, occupational health and safety moves beyond policy. It becomes a workplace culture, the culture that we want to develop. But it can only be done if employers and workers do collaborate. That collaboration is very important in everything beyond OHS. But if workers and employers collaborate at a workplace, believe you me, it makes it easy even for you as a business person, for you as a worker, to have this platform of engagement. It creates this platform where you can be able to engage one another, but you are able to deal with issues that are frustrating you at your workplace. You are able to identify risks, but your workers can help you as a business owner to give you things that you cannot see because we are not involved daily on operations of your business. Allow me at this point to recognize a particularly important group present here today, our inspectors. My eggs. Inspectors are the backbone of occupational health and safety enforcement in South Africa. Their work responds directly to the ILO Convention 81, Convention 155, and Convention 187. They are the ones who enter workplaces and evaluate the preventative systems that are being implemented. They engage with employers and workers and ensure that the law translates into real protection for workers. For this reason, I want to state unequivocally that the inspectors present here are the guest of honor at this conference. They are the ones who are the guest of honor. Don't confuse yourself as a guest of honor. It's the inspectors. May I therefore ask all inspectors to please stand so that we may recognize and applaud them. I'm appealing to everyone. Applaud these inspectors while they stand, all of them, 550 of them. The army is here. Please stand up like an inspector, an energized inspector, not an inspector who's lazy. That's the army that we use, that we deal with. These are your foot soldiers. These are the people who make sure that every day they do the work that we expect them to do. You may be seated, our honorable guests. At once you must be called honorable. It's important. You deserve it because the work that we do every day must be recognized and you must be commended. The business sector commended the work that you are doing. The organized labor commended the work that you're doing, and I'm commending the work that you're doing. You are doing a great job. You deserve better. You deserve better. I know what is best for you. You deserve better. Thank you, Inspector General. Thank you, Inspector General. Thank you, Chief Inspector. Thanks to everyone from provinces, the leadership of provinces that are here. Thanks to all of you. The great job that you are doing at a province level, provincial level. It's amazing. And then the team, that's why proudly, we brought almost all inspectors. We've got 650 inspectors in the country, OHS. About 550 of them are here. Some couldn't come because we want them to be part of this conference and understand and get to be part of the engagements. That's how serious we are about OHS and about being practical, about moving beyond just compliance. When we want to practicalize the work that we do, when we want to practicalize prevention, we must bring the team, the entire army here. And we are very grateful that they are here. Inspectors are not just regulators. They are protectors of workers. Moreover, they are advocates of change. Through their work, they help in transforming workplaces into safer and healthier environments. They promote accountability, they strengthen compliance, and advance fairness in the world of work. In doing so, they also strengthen social justice in our society. They also contribute to creating stable and safe workplaces that support investments, productivity, and sustainable economic growth. With this important responsibility also comes an important equal obligation. Inspectors must always conduct their work with the highest level of professionalism, integrity, and ethical conduct. Inspectors must always conduct their work with the highest levels of professionalism, integrity, and ethical conduct. I can safely say this here in front of everyone, I have so much confidence in those inspectors seated there. Every day they wake up, go to farms, go to different workplaces, different sectors, without any fear of any business owner or any employer. They don't fear any employer. They are chased by dogs at times. Some employers set dogs on them. Some even point guns at them, firearms at them. Some threatens them physically. That's what they experience every day. But they never stop. They wake up tomorrow and go back there and do their job with diligence and honor. And ethical inspectors that we have. I always say, we always talk to them. We have time to talk to them from time to time because they're a very important group in the department. They have a responsibility in our country. But we always make sure that they understand the importance of being ethical, the importance of doing work in a professional way. So when it comes to issues of ethics, it gets to be drilled in their heads every day because we can't be law enforcers. Because inspectors are law enforcers. So if we're a law enforcer, you must be ethical, you must be professional every day, you must do your work with diligence, and they do it without fail. I always say and defend them and say, if there is because there is always this element of saying, some inspectors take bribes, some inspectors do this and that. We talk to them about that. They are trained not to do that. But if there is any inspectors who do that or an inspector who do that, please never hesitate. Just bring that name to us, to me, the Inspector General, Chief Inspector, provincial leaders. Bring the name, and I can assure you that inspector will be removed from the team. Because we want to protect this team. But don't accuse these inspectors and say they are not ethical, they take bribes, why you can't give us evidence. I fight to death defending them because I don't want them to be accused. I always say it becomes easy to make allegations and we taint the image of good people and we make them as if they are not credible. And then people start to doubt them. Once the state is doubted, that's a problem. That's why we make sure that they are ethical. But if you know anyone, bring them to us. That person will be out of the inspection group, Inspector General. We won't have unethical inspectors being part of such a sacred job because this is a noble job. It's a noble work. It's God's work. When you protect workers, we are doing God's work. So you can't do it otherwise. So I can assure you, whenever such issues are raised and I haven't received a name, I stand up confidently and defend them. I'm an inspector myself. That's why I started like that. I can't do otherwise. We are in this together. But we will continue making sure that the work that they do is ethical. They don't do things that they are not supposed to do. When inspectors act with integrity, they build trust in the regulatory system, strengthen compliance, and reinforce, legitimize the law. Inspectors also give practical meaning to the Constitution by protecting the dignity, health, and lives of workers in their workplaces every day. Your selfless toil does not go unnoticed. You wake up every day, as we have said, toiling, doing your work. Doesn't matter whether it's cold, it's raining, it's winter, it's summer, it's hot. There is hail, there is storm. you go out and do your work without fail. And that's the team that you are. And your toil does not go unnoticed. We notice what you are doing out there. We are immensely proud of you. We want to encourage you, inspectors, to continue doing what you're doing. We want you to be proud of yourselves because we are proud of you. Be proud of yourselves. Walk tall. Lift your head high with your chest out with a bit of arrogance, but a well-controlled arrogance. Do your work and do it correctly and serve the nation. That's what we want from you. That's what we want. That element of arrogance is always important, but control it. Don't abuse it. The 10,000 inspectors that will be joining the department are going to be joining the team of another 2,300 well-cultured inspectors. The culture in the IES branch is a well-established culture that has been established over the years. I found it when I arrived in the department, and I always applaud them because it amazes me how this culture is in each and every labor center, in each and every province. It's the same culture, the way they behave, the way they do things, the way they literally communicate, the respect they have, the approach they use. It's literally the same. And we want to keep that culture. The 10,000 that are coming on top of a good, solid a foundation that has been laid over the years. And thank you, Inspector General, for the work that you have done over the years. And we must give the Inspector General a huge applause for the work that she has done. Occupational health and safety professionals also play a critical role in the area of prevention. OHS practitioners, occupational health, occupational hygienists, economists, engineers, occupational medical practitioners, and other specialists provide the expertise required to identify hazards, assess risks, and implementation effective to control measures, including medical surveillance. This reminds me of another gathering that we had last year, that we were dealing with these issues. And I believe every workplace and the practitioners, whether you are a hygienist, you are an economist, you are an engineer, occupational and medical practitioner, and other specialists, you are able to assist because we are really going to be very much hard at work in also inspecting all these areas. Take your workers for medical surveillance. It is good for you. Your workers must be healthy. Take them for medical surveillance. It's the obligation that you have as an employer, but also practitioners who are at the workplace. You have that responsibility to make sure that you advise correctly the workplace that you are serving. Professional bodies support this work by maintaining standards, promoting ethical conduct, and ensuring continuous professional development. Without competent professionals, there can't be a viable prevention. You must make sure that the professionals that you have at your workplace are competent. Don't bring anybody. Don't bring people that you know very well they are fake. Don't bring people that you know very well they don't have what it takes to do what they are supposed to do. You bring people who are not qualified and you claim they are qualified, they are going to give you what you are expecting. Never. They are not going to do that. Because when we come to do inspection, we also want to see the certificates and qualifications of the professionals that you've brought to your workplace. That's how far we go. I'm trying to prove to you that I'm an inspector, by the way. That is on a lighter note. But beyond that, let me also emphasize this. This principle is very important. The Occupational Health and Safety Regulatory Framework provides the minimum standard required by law. It is the baseline, not to the aspirations employers organize business. Employers, organized business, organized labor, and workers must always strive to go beyond the minimum requirements. Excellence in occupational health and safety is achieved through continuous improvement, innovation, and genuine commitment to prevention. Ladies and gentlemen, our objective must remain clear. We want a South Africa where no worker loses their life. We want a worker who's healthy, a worker who's not going to lose his life because of their work. A South Africa where workplaces protect dignity, health, and well-being. Achieving this vision requires leadership, partnership, and shared commitment to prevention. Let us therefore use this conference correctly and make sure that we strengthen that commitment. I want to just touch on a few things before I close, some of the things that were raised here. We agree with Business Unity South Africa. I think we agree with them. I listened to them as much as I went out for some few minutes. But I think we're in agreement that collaboration is what will make us to be more effective. Organized business, organized labor, government must collaborate in everything that we do to see impact. Where there is no collaboration, you won't yield results. The collaboration matters because it's what will give results for all of us. But beyond that, when we collaborate, we are able to assist each other in whatever that we need to do. We are able to close gaps. We are able to identify gaps on time. Business is able to identify gaps. Organized labor is able to identify gaps. Government is able to do that. And whenever we develop policies, we develop any regulation or any framework, we are able to say, this represents all of us. This speaks to all of us. But we are shaping the future and the country that we want, all of us, because the country belongs to all of us, not only to government, but to all of us. And when we work together, we'll be able to do that and achieve everything that we seek to achieve. FEDUSA, they raised an issue of the culture of prevention. We have spoken about that. We are going to do that. We want to collaborate with organized labor. We want to collaborate with everyone. We're a department that is not scared of being criticized. And I wanted to say to the General Secretary of FEDUSA before she left, we highly appreciate being criticized. We want to be criticized because criticism will make us better. If you don't want to be criticized, go and stay at home in your family. Tell them not to criticize you. In government and public sector, we must be criticized so that we get better every day. We really appreciate those criticisms. We are not the masters and we don't know everything. We are not the supernaturals. We are human beings. We do have gaps. Come work with us. We are here for now. While we are here, come work with us. Inspectors to be empowered. That is FEDUSA on issues of inspectors and being empowered. And the issue of 10,000 inspectors. Our inspectors get to be trained, retrained, refreshed, get refresher courses and everything almost yearly because we want to make sure that they are capacitated, but we want them to be able to be aligned and in line with the changes that are at a workplace. The future of work changes every time. So our inspectors, we want them to be on par all the time. We train them, we have conferences, we go to provinces, we bring them together at a national level. There is quite a lot of work that we do everything because we want them to be, to always be a step ahead than an employer. Because we know there are employers who want to be a step ahead than the inspectors. So we want the inspectors to be a step ahead than employers, in particular the rogue employers. The rogue employers are the ones who always want to be a step ahead because they don't want to comply. They even hide the wrong things that they do. We went to another employer in Vereeniging. What we saw there was amazing. It's a story for another day. If we talk about employers investing not to comply, they went beyond your imagination what they did. Just not to comply. They spent money not to comply. And let me tell you, these inspectors, they have eyes and ears everywhere. They managed to see what was done there. They managed to see. Then that employer, okay, it's a story for another day. Let me leave it there. It's a story for another day. But further to that, we are working very hard with a team led by the minister in the department, Minister Matt, who's not part of us because of other engagements, working very well with her, leading us in this process of dealing with the issue of the 10,000 inspectors who are coming, with the acting director general, the inspector general leading the branch. We are hard at work. Already we have started. In fact, we have almost concluded the process that we need to do, preparing and planning how this work is going to be done, how we are going to deal with the entire army. Bringing 10,000 inspectors when we have 2,300 inspectors is not a child's play. We are alive with that reality. And let me tell you here, seated where you are, wherever you are working, imagine at your workplace you've got 200 workers, and tomorrow you are told that we are employing another 1,000 workers. You need to deal with quite a number of other issues. Ne? You need to deal with many other things that you still need to deal with. So this team has done that work. They've done an excellent job. It has been presented to me about 2 weeks back, and I just signed it off to say it meets all the necessary standards and what we think needs to be done. It will be presented to the minister. That's how fast we are working. The president just presented to us in a State of the Nation address in February, early February. And then already we are done with our task that we're supposed to do in preparing for the 10,000 inspectors that are coming. It shows that we are serious about changing the face and the picture when it comes to inspection. And let me tell you, Occupational Health and Safety is going to be one of the biggest beneficiaries from 10,000. I'm not going to give you figures and details of what the work that has been done. But because we are serious about protection of workers, we are serious about the safety of workplace, the safety of workers and safe workplaces, we are going to make sure that Occupational Health and Safety becomes one of the biggest beneficiaries for those when it comes to the inspectors that are coming. There's a lot of work that we are doing. I'm not going to talk about budgets. It's not for this conference. I don't want to deal with your mind different and then you forget to deal with OHS matters. Budget belongs somewhere. I want you to be ready to engage, come up with proper resolutions out of this conference, allow us to deal with the issues of budgets and other matters and the structural matters. We are dealing with that. All I'm trying to say, there is work that is being done already to prepare for the 10,000 inspectors, but obviously it will be impossible to bring 10,000 inspectors at the same time. I think anybody seated there will understand that you can never do that. Unless you want to collapse the state, then you can do that. But there is work because a number of organized labor federations spoke about it, even COSATU spoke about it. And we want to thank the President Ramaphosa. It's for the first time in this country since 1994 that such a number of inspectors are committed by the President. In fact, for us as the branch, for the President even to take an interest on the work that we are doing, we want to commend the President. He takes the work that we are doing serious. That's why we must do it more serious, because the President is having eyes on us. We want to make sure that we do things right. We've been having 2,300 inspectors since 94, remember, but they were increasing gradually. It's not like since 1994 they were 2,300. They were even far lesser. So now we're sitting at 2,300. We are going for 12,300. It's going to be an army of inspectors. And we are going to reach far and wide. Our work is going to take us very far. There was an issue that was raised about, we appreciate that NACTU is selfish when it comes to safety of workers. Yes, we agree that we shouldn't look at health and safety as an afterthought. It should be our daily work. It should be in our minds. Law must become a culture. We've spoken about that. Everybody, we must make sure that compliance, respect of law, the rule of law in our country becomes the order of the day. We agree that workers must never be divided in any way. Shop stewards themselves must not divide workers. Unions themselves must not divide workers. Federations must make sure that unity of federations is sacrosanct. Your unity as organized labor is important. The continuation of these divisions that we see in the same union, in different unions, in different federations, doesn't work for workers. It's selfish of you. to be divisive. We are playing with workers. Don't play with workers. Unions must be at the interest of workers at all times. You are representing workers. And you must represent workers for the true sense of representing them. Your shop steward must every day do their work. A strong union will have strong shop steward. If you have weak shop steward, your union will be weak. Because workers on the shop floor will just identify your union as a weak union because your shop stewards are unable to represent them at your workplace. So make sure that you strengthen your branches, but also at a national leadership. You must be strong. Stop thinking about money. Stop thinking about leadership positions all the time. That's why organizing in this country is decreasing every year. We are sitting at 30% currently. Only 30% of workers are organized in this country. And that is making it very difficult for workers to be protected. A workplace that is having unions, that is organized, that workplace, I can tell you, the level of compliance is very high than a workplace where there is no union, where there is no organizing. So you are depriving workers a constitutional right to be organized because you are obsessed with money, you are obsessed with factions in your unions, you are obsessed with leading your unions. Stop doing that. Be obsessed with workers and their lives. That's what is your responsibility. Must give it to you. You gave it to us. We are taking an invitation. We always take invitations so well. But we're in this together, organized labor. Remember, you are my comrades. And I'm saying this because I'm genuine to you. I'm very genuine to you. For us, it matters to have strong unions. The weakening of organizing in our country is not assisting us. It's not assisting us as the department. That's why you see the level of non-compliance being so high. Because where there are unions, the level of non-compliance is very low. Unions do part of our work, I must say that. That's why we want to work with you. We are going to work with you. We'll continue working with you. Please strengthen your unions. Go to the shop floor, go to the ground, and mobilize, all of you. Grow your unions. Unions must grow. Your branches must mobilize and grow unions. Go to sectors where there is no one. We go with this team of inspectors to many workplaces, and it's a shame that a number of workplaces with thousands, with hundreds and hundreds of workers not being organized. Sadly, I can't point you where you must go because I'll be doing something that is wrong. But we're in this together. We really want you. We want you. You are our partners. There was an issue that was raised regarding the issue of I think we've covered quite a number of these issues. Our inspectors shouldn't come with their chairs. They no longer drive the chairs, these ones. We are taking good care of them. They drive departmental cars. They don't even have cars. They still want to buy cars. So we must pay them well so that they can buy cars. I knew you're going to love that. We are working hard to make sure that you live well. We are working hard, even on some matters that we have raised with the Inspector General. Some of the matters you're going to see, they are being resolved already. We are very committed to you. We want you to be happy workers. It must start at home. We're told that it must start at home. And it must start at home. Coming to the issue, I could see there was the hands that were uploading when we were told in no terms that it must start with us. Government buildings are not complying with OHS. No, I agree with them. I agree. I can't remember whether it was Fedusa or Naktu or Kosatu. We fully agree with the organized labor. We can't deny it. It was Fedusa. We can't deny it. As the IES branch, these inspectors, the very same inspectors, we are very much obsessed with government buildings, I must tell you. We want government buildings to comply with all labor laws. Literally all of them. OHS as being at the center. We have closed magistrate courts, we have closed hospitals, we have closed municipalities, we have closed even head office at Public Works, we have closed legislature buildings in KZN. We are closing even our own buildings. I once I was tempted one day to ask why inspectors are closing our own buildings. And then I remembered what OHS says. You don't interfere with an inspector. It doesn't matter whether a minister or deputy minister. You never interfere with an inspector. They are protected by the law. So we agree. We are going to make sure that government buildings organize labor, because those are your workers. We have seen the West. Some buildings are flooding, and you've got workers in government buildings working in there. Some buildings have got the mold all over, and workers can get sick at any given moment. We have closed those buildings. We are moving for them. We are going to continue moving for government. Even those at times who, let me not say it. Let me not say it. I'm going to open a can of worm, because we're still, one thing I can tell you, watch this space. I remember I was told that the most dangerous phrase is the one that says, watch this. I can tell you, watch this. And we are very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. It's true, it's a very dangerous phrase. We are very dangerous with this team of inspectors. We are going to close some, quite a number of them. We are committed. Government must comply. We can't be a government that doesn't comply. We must say that we agree, women are doing well. I lead this IES branch led by the Inspector General, who's a woman, Chief Inspector, who's a woman, specialists, they are women, quite a number of them. No, Mrs. I am not a woman, don't look at me. Our inspectors, I can tell you, what I've seen, quite a number, I'm confident, I haven't checked it, but I'm going to check it from here. Quite a number of our inspectors are women. Almost the majority of them are women, our inspectors. The majority are women. I can say that confidently. Women are the majority in our inspection team. So we are very, very much aware. But it goes beyond just the issue of women doing better. These women suffered. I'm a proponent of women empowerment. That one, you won't find me anywhere. You must know where I stand. I'm a proponent of women empowerment. Women must be empowered. Women suffered, women were dealt with, women were isolated, women were never given opportunities. And as leaders, we must be responsible and make sure that these women are empowered. We must do it without hesitation. They must be empowered. They are capable. Let me tell you, they are capable. They are even capable than some of the men. Some men are useless. I've said it before. Yes, some men are useless. Not all men are useless. And if it hurts you, you are part of those who are useless. Why are you not categorizing yourself as part of the useful ones? There are men. Let me tell you why I'm saying men are useless. You have households where there is a husband, a wife, and the husband is so useless to a level where if a door handle or the door get loose from the hinges, it will take months. The man is not working, or even if he's working, he will come, open the door, move it slow, put it back, come in the afternoon, move the door, up until the woman goes to the neighbor, ask the neighbor to come and fix the door while this useless one is here. That's a useless man. And you know that. That's a useless man. Be a man. If you want to be called a man, be a man. Man up. Be the head of the family. Don't confuse your family. Be the head of your family. So we are saying, Kosatu, we are very, very much firm, and we have upped our game when it comes to the construction industry. I think you've seen the work we have done since the beginning of the year when it comes to the construction industry. We are aware that there are a lot of gaps. There is a high level of non-compliance in the construction industry, but not only in the construction industry, even in the trucking sector. In every sector, there is no sector that I can say it's better. There is no better sector, because the hospitality sector has its own challenges. Manufacturing sector has got its own challenges. The steel sector has got its own iron and steel, its own challenges. So all sectors who are pushing to do our work every day. So we can assure you that what happened in Omonde is unfortunate. It's unfortunate what happened in Omonde. And we are dealing with that incident. Our team is investigating that accident and will be getting the reports. We note that you want our investigations to be quick. We are going to do that and try. We've engaged Chinese-owned business, the Chinese businesses, the Chinese-owned business owners, in fact, Chinese-owned business owners that are in Newcastle. Some people will ask us, why in Newcastle? In South Africa, textile industry, about 50%, not less than 50% of it is based in Newcastle. It's found in Newcastle, in one area. It's just there. It's clustered in Newcastle. And it's owned by Chinese. All of it is owned by Chinese. And I want to plead with those who are in any sector, any industry. I want us to take back our textile industry. I want us to take it back to be owned by South Africans. We can't have a textile industry that is owned by non-South Africans. It was owned by us before, but because of many other issues, which I don't want to talk about them, but we are dealing with that. Let's work together. Let's bring companies, let's have South African companies coming to invest in this industry. But we are focusing in Newcastle, but together with Mandeni was chaired, both of them, they are having the 60% chunk of textile industry of this country, the two, Sitebe and Newcastle. Then the 40% is all over the country. So if you want to make an impact, go to where the problem is, a bigger problem is. You will make a bigger impact, and then you go to other areas. We are going to many other areas. I know beginning of April, we are going to deal with the Chinese, Johannesburg Chinese Mall. It's Chinese Mall, it's China City. We are going to Johannesburg, China City. I'll be there, personal IG. We are working with the ambassador of China. We decided to take this other approach, both the carrot approach and the stick approach, where we do inspection and enforcement, but we use advocacy and politically intervening. Because we can't turn a blind eye why our people are suffering and being abused by Chinese business owners. They're abusing our people, they're treating them like animals, and it can never be allowed, not while some of us are still here with these inspectors. We can never allow it. It must be stopped. Those who don't want to stop it, they must then leave the country. We don't want investment at the expense of our workers. It can never work like that. Yes, we agree. Workers need enforcement. They need capacitated inspectors. They are here. They are capable. You want to partner with us? We are here. We are ready to partner with you. Thank you, AU team. We appreciate you. We are part of Agenda 63. Agenda 63 is at the center of this government. We want to realize Agenda 63. When it was established and adopted, we were part, and we'll continue making sure that Agenda 63 doesn't lose, we don't lose sight of it. All of us, we must make sure that that agenda is achieved. It's good for the continent, it's good for our country, and we'll continue making sure that we lead, we take a lead even on that. Indeed, we want an Africa that is united, an Africa that is playing a central role in the terrain, in the world space. We want to be part of whatever that is happening in the world landscape. As you have said correctly, hosting the G20 gave those who doubted Africa that Africa has arrived, Africa is capable, Africa is going to do it, and Africa can stand for itself. Nobody assisted South Africa. We did it ourselves with Africa, and we made it the best G20 held in the African continent. That's how capable Africa is, and we must never doubt ourselves and think outsiders must come and do things for us. We are capable enough, we can think, we are smart, we are innovative. We can research and do good things. Let's do that as Africa. The ILO, thank you very much. You are part of us. We've been with you for a very long time. We appreciate the work that you do for us. Indeed, we believe in what you believe, that safety is not optional, not technical, not negotiable, but it's a right for every worker. Safety can never be a checkbox, but safety can also never be a seasonal campaign. Safety must be our daily agenda. Let us strengthen prevention and build workplace workplaces where every worker can return home safe and healthy. Because when we protect workers, we protect families. When we protect families, we strengthen communities. And when we build safer and healthier workplaces, we build a stronger, more productive, and more just nation. Work must never cost a worker their life. Health and safety must never be treated as an option. The dignity of workers must always come first. Let us honor that responsibility in every workplace, every day, and make sure that tomorrow is not like yesterday, but tomorrow is better than yesterday, and our children will create a future in the country that they will inherit, a better country than the country that was inherited by us. Thank you very much, Siyabonga.
Thank you to the Honorable Deputy Minister. We are going to now break for a tea break. We are a big group, but there is a lot of stands outside. I just want to make a few announcements before we break for tea. Please note that the SACP-CMP has a desk at the back. You can go and you must go and complete the attendance register so that you can get CPD points. Also, SIO will also accept your attendance registers for CPD points. So this conference is their CPD points accreditation. Clap. So our program is so good that you get CPD points for it. Also, please note the inspectors that were accredited yesterday so that we don't have a backlog of people registering. Some of you have not signed the attendance register. Please go and sign the attendance register. It is very critical. When we come back, there is one item that we are going to not take, and that is going to be the prevention collaboration. Myself, Senjo, and Jess have agreed to make up time. We will see during the course of the session if we will be speaking to it, but there is presentations tomorrow by RMA, FEM, and FEM. So the tea break is 20 minutes. Just grab your tea. We will have time during lunch and after lunch also for you to go and view our exhibits at the back. They've taken time to exhibit. So it is now 12:05. Can we please be back and seated by 25 past so that we are able to start. Thank you. Can we please be seated? Can we settle down? Delegates that are outside, can you please come and sit down? We want to start. The later we start, the later we're going to finish. Can the team from head office please just call everybody outside to come in? Okay, I'm not going to give any addition after tea. And can everybody that's in the room please sit down quietly? We are now going into a session by Mr. Paddington Mtatabikwa. Mtatabikwa. He will be speaking to us about inspiring change to prevent workplace injuries and diseases. Can we give Mr. Paddington a round of applause? Inspectors, proper one. I'm not going to tell Mr. Paddington's story, but I've heard it. It is very inspiring, and it will be inspiring for you as inspectors, for employers as well as employees, and the importance of prevention. Over to you, Mr. Paddington.
Oh, thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much. Can I kindly ask the technical team to put up my video? The technical team, can you please help me with my video? There's nothing.
How much time are you going to take?
40 minutes. I've been
The
given.
full, because
I'll see. Yeah, I'll try to cut some things. 40, yeah, I'll try. Yeah, I'll try, yeah. But then,
Can the technical team kindly assist? Mr. Paddington wants to see his presentation. Oh, is it there? It's not here for him to see. Good one. Mr. Sweni.
everyone? Yes, I think I'm about to start now. We want to start with a slogan. Let me check my time. I don't want to be chased away from the stage. We want to start with a slogan. Viva safety, viva! Viva safety, viva! Amandla! Many, many years ago, in the city of Athens, Athens is the capital city of Greece. There was a leadership problem. People did not know who to choose to be their leader. Fortunately, in the city at that time, there lived a very wise man by the name of Plato. So the people approached Plato and said, "Sir, which man is fit to govern this city? Sir, which man is fit to govern this city?" Plato responded, "He who can govern himself. He who can govern himself is fit to govern this city." So in other words, we are saying, before you choose me to be your leader, just check if I am able to govern myself. And you might want to ask, what is governing oneself? Number one, governing oneself is about discipline. It's about self-control. It's about having integrity, walking your talk. In the context of safety, walking your talk is talking safety and doing things safely. It's about patience. If you have patience, you do not take shortcuts. It's about the ability to say no. Say no to everything that compromises your safety. It's also about taking ownership of safety. It's also about taking responsibility of safety and being accountable. Ladies and gentlemen, as I stand before you this morning, I stand accountable. My name is Partington Mtatabikwa. I am a health and safety advocate. I am an environmental advocate, as well as a continuous learning advocate. I have a story for you. I have a story which is very sad. Normally, when I say my story, people sympathize with me. But let me tell you what, sympathy is not a weakness. Sympathy is a reflection of how interconnected we are as a human species. I am because you are. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a story which has got learnings from start to end. And it is only the wise who can learn from the story. I also have a story which is based on the theory of multicausation, which says seldom, if ever, are accidents a result of one thing. Normally, they are caused by a multiple or a multiplicity of factors which come together to cause the accident. Then I have a story which shows that adversity is real, but we can rise above adversity. I was born many, many years in the small but beautiful country north of the Limpopo, and that country is Zimbabwe. When I finished school, I went for apprenticeship training. I trained as a fitter and turner for 4 years at a company called Tinto Industries. After training, I worked at that company for several years, left it, then joined another one called Unyani Pulp and Paper, left it, joined another one called Radiator and Tinning, left it, joined another one called Non-Ferrous Die Casting, crossed over into Botswana. I worked at 3 mines, Tati Nickel Mine, BCL, and Potash. Went back to Zim. Then I worked at PPC Cement, the same PPC Cement that is here in South Africa. In 2007, things became very, very difficult back home. I remember we're now buying a loaf of bread for about $5 billion, Zim dollars. The Zimbabwean story is not a secret. Fortunately, at that time, South Africa was also preparing for the World Cup. So there were opportunities here in South Africa. I remember adverts were put all over the SADC region that they needed professionals to support the World Cup or the preparations of the World Cup. So we were given quarter work permits. Then we came over to South Africa. When I got here, the first job I got was at Eskom, at Tutuka Power Station. I worked there for several months, then left Tutuka Power Station because I wanted a permanent job. So fortunately, I got a job at a diamond open cast mine, whose offices and workshops were here in the East Rand of Johannesburg, and its operations were in Douglas, a town that is about 100 kilometers southwest of Kimberley. Ladies and gentlemen, when I joined this mine, as you can see from the image there, I was fit. I remember one of my foremen once came to me and said to me, "Here is Esther." For those who understand Afrikaans, I think you know what it means. Like, you are iron, because of the way I was so fit. At work, I used to tell myself that it will never, never happen to me. It happens to others, but it never happens to me. If I've worked for so many years, if I have so much experience, the experience I had from leaving one company to another, how can it happen to me? It will never happen to me. It happens to others. Outside work, ladies and gentlemen, I was a sportsman. I loved running, sprinting. I also loved swimming, climbing mountains, going to gym, playing soccer with my kids, you name it. That was me. And also, because of all those sports, you can see how handsome I looked. But anyway, when I joined this mine again, I loved the mine. Why? Because it was a very, very good mine, in that it was paying very well. Not in terms of the basic pay, but in terms of overtime. We were doing overtime until we turned pale in the face. You start work at 6, you finish at 3, at 6 you start again. And we all know overtime is good if you're an artisan or a person who works on the bench or a production worker. It's good, isn't it? Why? Because you make a lot of money, isn't it? I remember with the overtime money, I actually managed to buy 2 residential stands back home in Zim. And I bought several cars here. But let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. When I got injured, when I got involved in what I got involved in, I had to sell those stands, I had to sell those cars, and I had to start afresh to make ends meet. Yet I loved overtime. Then, this mine also, he had very good systems of work, safe systems of work. It had a good policy, health and safety policy, you name it. But the only problem that was there is, if I look at it in retrospect now, is they were focusing more on production than safety. In other words, they were prioritizing production over safety. Let me tell you something. Prioritizing production over safety is not sustainable. For how long are you going to prioritize it without having to stop production one of the days? Then, looking at myself, I was one person who took safety as being neither here nor there. What I mean is, to me, safety was not important at all. I remember whenever we went for training, I would go there just to eat food, because they used to provide a lot of food during training. I was not serious about safety. I used to take safety as common sense, Everything else was not common sense. Production was not common sense. Engineering, my department, was not common sense. But safety was common sense. How can you get injured? You just need common sense. I used to say phrases like that. But let me tell you this, ladies and gentlemen. Safety is not common sense. Safety is not common sense because you need to think. You need to think. You need to contemplate before you act, before you do anything. Safety is not common sense because you need to follow the correct procedures. You have to comply. Safety is not common sense, ladies and gentlemen, because you need to know the science behind everything that we interact with in the workplace. There's a lot of science. There's the force of gravity. There is this, there is that. You have to know the science. Safety is not common sense, ladies and gentlemen, because you need to make the right choices. But I took it as common sense. Now, it so happened in 2010, I was doing a job they call on-site line boring. You do that job on a machine such as that one on the screen. That machine is called an excavator. You also do it on front-end loaders. So basically, I won't go into the technical aspect. Basically, all those moving or swinging parts of that machine get worn out. When they get worn out, you need to repair them. And how do you repair them? You repair them by first welding inside the worn out bores. Then after that, you use a machine such as that one just to make it smooth and nice inside. So I used to work with a welder. His name was Jeff. I won't be scared to say his name because he's not around. His name was Jeff. So Jeff would do the welding inside the bores. Then I would come with that machine to do the line boring. So on the 3rd of June in 2010, if you remember well, it was a Thursday, exactly a week before the start of the World Cup. So we're all pumped up to go to Joburg. Remember, I was in the Northern Cape. We're all pumped up to go to Joburg to go and watch Bafana Bafana's first match. Do we remember the first match? It was against which team? Mexico, isn't it? So we're pumped up. Then around 3 o'clock on that Thursday, my foreman called me and said, "Hey, Mugabe, come here." He used to call me Mugabe. I don't know if I look like our late president. So I went there. Then he said to me, "Hey, Mugabe, excavator number so-and-so needs line boring. And I want it tomorrow." Then I said, "But say, I won't be able to provide the machine tomorrow. I won't be able to finish the job by tomorrow." He said, "Why?" I said, "Because you know the job takes time. It may take us 2, 3 days, 4 days to finish the job." He said, "Hey, Mugabe man, make a plan." And I want to ask you a question now. If your manager or foreman says to you, "Make a plan," what do? You make a plan, isn't it? So I said, "Okay, I'll make a plan." So I then called my friend, the welder Jeff, then said to Jeff, "Jeff, Mr. So-and-so wants the excavator tomorrow. Do you think we'll be able to do it?" Jeff said, "Mngani wami, uqalile manje lo muntu lo uyahlupha. This job cannot be done in one day, man. It can't be done in one day. It takes time." Then I said to him, "Jeff," he said, "we must make a plan." So then Jeff came up with an idea. He said, "If I," meaning himself, "come in at night to do the welding, and then you come in tomorrow to do the line boring, I think we can finish the job." Because the way we used to work was, Whenever Jeff was doing the welding, I would be there by his side. And whenever I would be doing the line boring, he would be there by my side assisting me. So he said, this time, I, meaning himself, will come in at night to do the welding and you come in tomorrow. It was a brilliant idea. Remember, it was around past 3 in the afternoon. So I said to Jeff, so what do you need for your job? Then he said, I need my PPE, that is my leather apron, gloves, and what have you. Then he said, I also need my welding machine, welding rods, and everything else. But there was one thing that was left. It was scaffolding. Then he said, but I also need scaffolding so that I can stand on a platform. It's going to be high where I'm going to be working at. So we looked around the mine for scaffolding. There was no scaffolding at that site. But fortunately, the mine had 4 sites. And at the other sites, there was scaffolding. But now we're now calculating the time to go to those other sites to get the scaffolding. It was going to take forever. So we said, hey, my friend, scaffolding is going to take us forever. We won't finish this job. So I came up with an idea now. I said, but we can use a drum. Ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't the first time for us to use a drum. We had used a drum whenever we had pressure. Whenever we didn't have pressure, we would use scaffolding. So drum, pressure, no pressure, scaffolding. Habits. There are good habits and bad habits. Which habits do we conform to? Then, also there was a permit to work system. For those who have worked in industry, you'll know that there's a permit to work system, which you should actually open before you start a job. We did not even do that permit to work system. Why? Because we were saying it's going to take us time to do the permit to work system. Then also, talking about this drum again, do you know that whenever we use the drum, people would actually come and surround us and be fascinated with the job we were doing. But no one ever told us that what we were doing was wrong. Brother keepers concept. Can we say we were each other's brother's keeper? But anyway, at the mine there was a container. And behind the container, we as an organization used to dump some empty drums there, regardless of what the drum used to contain. So we went behind that container and we identified a brand new looking drum. But before I even continue, let us just think about the waste disposal philosophy at that company, where you are just dumping empty drums regardless of the previous contents. So we saw a brand new looking drum. We never checked what was written on the drum. We never checked what the drum used to contain. All we wanted was a drum to stand on. So we took the drum to the excavator where Jeff was supposed to be working. Then I said to Jeff, I'm now going to sleep. I'll leave you working here. Then I'll see you tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, I left Jeff working, doing the welding on the excavator on his own. We call that lone working. He was alone. We are not saying lone working is not allowed. It's allowed because, for example, if you are a driver, you can work alone. But what we are saying is, what emergency protocols have we put in place in the event of an accident? There were no emergency protocols for Jeff. But fortunately, or was it fate or what, he worked safely during that night. When morning came, I went to the mine. When I got to the mine, the first thing that I did was to call my family. Remember, my family was staying in Johannesburg. I was in the Northern Cape. To ask them how they were. Then I said to my wife, I will see you after 3 days. We have been given a job. Ladies and gentlemen, how many times do people leave their homes in the morning? They say to their loved ones, I'll see you in the evening, or I'll see you tomorrow. And it never happens. Such is what happened to me. Someone once said, safety is when you kiss goodbye your loved ones in the morning, and you can kiss them hello again in the evening. So, when I got to the workshop, Jeff said, Mina ngikhathele mngani wami, I'm going to sleep. Then he told me what the job entailed. Then I said to him, okay, you can go, Jeff. I'll do the rest. I was given a guy to assist me. He was just to describe him, he was a short colored guy. So he helped me to carry all my tools to the excavator where Jeff had been working. When we got there, then I remembered I had left a very special measuring instrument at the workshop. So I sent the colored boy back to the workshop to get that measuring instrument. As he left, I never checked my surroundings. What we call, in the context of health and safety, we call it risk assessment. I never did a risk assessment. What I did was just to climb on top of the drum. Then I started measuring just to check if Jeff's welding was going to clean up. So as I was measuring, the drum was shaking. It was going gudu. Then I would hear a sound, psar. Gudu, psar. Then I realized, oh, it's welding. It never occurred to me that there could be danger. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you a short story that happened to me a few weeks ago. I was driving to Delmas, if we know Delmas. Some of us don't know Delmas. They are from Cape Town. Okay. So as I was driving there, on the side of the road, there stood a lady who looked very desperate. Then I said to myself, you know, I'm a good man, I have a good heart. So I said, let me help this girl here. So then I stopped on the side of the road. The girl jumped into my car. She closed the door. Then as she closed the door, she said, Sanmonan, looking at me in my face. I said, Sanmonan. Then she looked at my hand, this one. Then she looked aside. Then I looked at her. I'm driving, eh? Then she looked at my hand. When I looked at her, she looked aside. Then she said, "Nkala ungihlisela, nkala ungihlisela." So I said, but why? But why? I'm now confused now. They said, "Nkala ungihlisela." Then she opened the door when the car was moving. She put one leg out. I had to stop. Then she jumped out of the car. She left the door open. Then she kept on looking at my hand. Now, the question is, what did she see? What did she see? This is what we call perception. What was her perception when she saw this hand? Most probably, she saw in me a ghost, or she saw in me a witch or a witch doctor. What did she see? That's perception, isn't it? Now, I want to challenge you today, ladies and gentlemen. What is your perception of people that look different from you? What is your perception of people with disabilities like me? But this is not the context. The context is risk perception. There's something we call risk perception. Risk perception is the way we perceive risk. Another person can see something as risky. Another one will see it as not risky. And we all know that risk perception is normally influenced by a variety of factors. For example, if you are drunk, your risk perception gets altered. I've seen people that drive nicely when they are sober. The moment it takes 2, 3, is now running, going at 180, 200 kilometers an hour. The risk perception has changed. Alcohol has changed it. Risk perception can also be changed by factors like temperature, for example. Your risk perception when it's hot and your risk perception when it's cold is not the same. That day was a very, very cold day. And I could say it could have affected my risk perception. Things like fatigue, for example, can affect your risk perception. Remember, we used to work a lot of overtime, and my body was tired. It could have affected my risk perception. There are more factors. So, when this tsar, gudu tsar, is happening, I'm telling myself that there is no danger. That was my risk perception. Then all of a sudden, I just had a woo, 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 woo. Then I found myself on the ground. At first, I did not realize that I was burning. I just saw darkness. Then after a while, I realized, oh, I'm burning. You know the first thing that came into my mind? I thought someone had planted a bomb for me. 2 weeks before that, I had fought with some guys over a company bakkie. I had managed to get my bakkie back. So I thought, those guys have planted a bomb for me. But remember, the mind is going fast. Then the other thought that came into my mind was, they have bewitched me back home in Zim. Because of those 2 residential stands. They have bewitched me. Then the other thought was, maybe the acetylene cylinder has exploded. But you know what? There was no time to keep on thinking. So as a sprinter at school, I just got up. Then I started sprinting. 100 meters away, there was a place where people used to wash their hands. I identified that place, jumped into the mud, rolled, the fire came off. Then I stood up. As I stood up, my heart was beating heavily against my ribs. And all of a sudden, I saw the crane driver, his name was Harry, pouring me water with a fire hose. Then all of a sudden, all the management team were around me, and everybody else who cared was around me. And I had got so burnt that I had gotten virtually naked. And the clothes were sticking on my body, on my skin. And my heart was beating. And the managing director or the CEO was saying to me, you'll be fine, you'll be fine. We'll be fine. No, I came with a helicopter. So don't worry. We are going to take you to Kimberley. Kimberley was about 160 kilometers by road. So I'm just imagining if this managing director had not been there with his helicopter. But anyway, they got me onto the helicopter. Then they flew me to a hospital in Kimberley. When I got to this hospital, I thought I was going to heal in no time. But tell you what, as time went on, I became worse and worse and worse. I started losing hope. Let me tell you some of the reasons why I was getting worse. It was actually mental. Number one, the thought of my job. I was now thinking, if I stay for a long time in hospital, they are going to employ someone in my place, and I won't have a job anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. No one is irreplaceable. No one is indispensable. You know what? It only takes your salary to replace you. But yet I was so worried. Then the other thing that made me worse was, do you know that of all the people I knew in my life, at work and outside work, at work it was only the safety manager who I think came to see me because it was his duty to do so. And Jeff, the welder, only those two. Then at home, not any of my friends. I had a troop of friends, more than 30 friends out there, but none of them came to see me. Only my immediate family came to see me. This shows that when you are in that situation, you are all but alone. And then the last thing was the pain. I experienced so much pain, excruciating pain. At one stage, I even said, Lord, please just take my life. I can't take this anymore. I lost hope. Until the doctors in Kimberley saw it, and then they transferred me to another hospital here in Johannesburg, for the reason that they wanted me to be closer to my family, or in case I died, then they would also, it would be easier for me to be repatriated back home.
Close like 5. Remember, you started at 25.
25. Because I want to play a video.
Is there music in the video?
Yes, there's music. That one is important.
Yeah. But the music, we can't play the music because on YouTube they block us.
Or is it?
Yeah, but the video.
But yeah, they can play the video. All right. All right. Okay. So then I was transferred. So when I got to this hospital in Johannesburg, they realized that I had developed a serious infection in the leg and a serious infection in the hand, which prompted them to amputate on me. Ladies and gentlemen, because of time, I'll just play some slides so that you see my life in hospital and after I was in hospital. You see, you can see me there. I was still very young, already a foreman. This is well before the accident. I never thought that what happened to me could happen to me. And then you can see me there with my 2 children. Look at the happiness on the faces of those children. They are happy and relaxed. Why? Because Daddy was still okay. It was before the accident. This shows that our actions or inactions affect the people around us. Then look at me in hospital with my 2 children. Look at the expression on their faces. They are asking, now what happened to Daddy? What happened to Daddy? Our actions or inactions affect the people around us. My face was badly burned, as you can see. And you see that hand that is dangling there was replaced by this one. And I will never live to see it again. Now, that was me in bed. I lay in that position, not for 1 month or 2 months. I was sedated for 8 months. And I spent 12 months in hospital. I never saw the sun. You can see from those images there, the bandages are actually a reflection of the extent of the burns. And you can see I was like a machine with all those sensors on my body. I suffered. You don't want to go there. And this is the first time or the first day I went out of the rehab. with my brother-in-law. You can see how frail I looked. Imagine that image when I was fit. And this one here. Now without a leg, without a hand. You don't want to go there. You don't want to go there. Now, I was now okay after I came out of hospital with my 2 kids. Look at how happy they looked. It shows that our actions or inactions affect the people around us. When we are happy, our children are happy. When we are sad, they are also sad. And there with my beautiful wife, but it depends on your perception. But you can see she was happy because Mdara was now okay. With my family, that was in 2019 at Sun City. Remember when the accident happened, my son was in grade 1, my daughter was 1 year old. Now they were much older. And now they are much, much older. My son is doing his last year at UJ, architecture, and my daughter is in grade 11. Imagine if I had died. And this was last year. I have not allowed my situation to press me down. This is last year I was graduating in the UK with my family. In Occupational Health and Safety, it's called NIBOSH. I am now an ambassador of NIBOSH as well as SHIELDS. Then, more to that, this is last year, 2025, I was Learner of the Year, FAB Awards, UK. This is a global recognition. Don't allow adversity to press you down. You can still make it regardless. Then lastly, ladies and gentlemen, because of time, this is me now. Without a hand, without a leg, I can't do all those things I used to do. Of course, I still have that self-esteem, and I still try to go beyond what most people could imagine. But would you love to be this man or that previous guy who was fit? Would you love to go to pension like this guy here? This is the challenge I leave you with today. I want to say, safety is a lifeline that we must hold grab of and ensure that we do not fall into danger. Edmund Burke ends by saying, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing. And we are the good people. I thank you very much. Ngiyabonga. Bayadanki.
This one needs a standing ovation. Come, let's give a standing ovation to Mr. Paddington. Where's those inspectors? What a woo! Thank you so much, Paddington. It's sad, but also inspirational. Can you see how important prevention is? Remember, we're speaking about prevention in practice. So Mr. Paddington has gone through a lot, but he didn't allow his injuries to get him down. So for our inspectors, when we go out and the work that we do every single day, it is mainly to prevent injuries and diseases. For the employers, yeah, also, Basa, don't ask your workers to make a plan and say, a boer maak a plan. No, 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 no. You can see what is the after effects of making a plan. And then also for workers, we need to also change behavior. So hopefully over the next 3 days, whatever we're speaking about ultimately would lead to prevention of injuries and diseases. We want to make sure that Sanjay, Jess, Dr. Parks, I see Dr. Dunga, also Dr. Katla, they all work for the compensation fund. We want to make sure inspectors that they don't have work to do. And it will be us as the inspectors, employers and employees will make sure that CF does not have work to do. Are we in agreement? One injury is one too many. We are going to have the last presentation, then we're going to break for lunch. We are running a little bit behind on time, but we're going to make up a bit after lunch. So I'm going to call upon Advocate Reinhardt. He's going to be doing a technical address for us on the OHS regulatory framework. This is just sort of like a preamble for the next session where we will be having representatives from the occupational health and safety regulators in the country. Let's give the advocate a round of applause as he comes and addresses us on the OHS regulatory framework. He was also a prosecutor many moons ago and prosecuting in the area of occupational health and safety. So he comes with a wealth of experience in the area of occupational health and safety. Over to you. 20, 30 minuten.
20.
Ja, alsjeblieft.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's always a hard act to follow Parkington. I've heard him 3 times. I always get emotional when I listen to you. We've also partied together. Should I tell the people about that night when we, after the SIOSH conference in Cape Town, when we, I think it was 3 a.m., we were still going strongly, but also thank you to the Chief Inspector, Millie. Just background why I'm here. Millie did phone me last week, Tuesday, I think. I'm second choice, incidentally, to be here. And I was given this topic. I did a lot of research on it. It's not really my normal sort of legal liability lectures that we give. But I've done quite a bit of research, and I hope I haven't missed any point. Those of you, the regulators who are here from civil aviation, the railways, maritime, I know DMRE aren't here. Millie can explain why. If I got anything wrong, then blame Google, hey? It was Google Gemini, not me. Yeah, so where do I see the slides? Oh, so I don't see. Oh, in front of me, of course. There we go. My tranquilizer hasn't kicked in yet. I've never spoken to so many people in my life, so this is the biggest one. It might kick in soon, and then I might pass out. But I think it's important just to remember that I was a prosecutor in what was known in the 80s as the mining court, and despite the name mining court, we prosecuted employers, users of plant and machinery, and even individuals, persons, natural persons. I assume you're all natural people. That's what we call you in law. A company is a juristic person, and you're a natural person, so act naturally. So despite the name Mining Court, we prosecuted under the Old Factories, Machinery and Building Works Act. Some of you old-timers may remember it. And the Mines and Works Act of 1957. The previous act was a 1941 act. And while I was prosecuting, the Machinery and Occupational Safety Act, I think 1983 came into being. we were, I think, 6 dedicated prosecutors for the entire former Transvaal. We had a 96% conviction rate. We took no prisoners. In fact, one of the reasons why I switched to the defense, some of you may say the enemy, but we do a lot of work to promote occupational health and safety as well. For example, myself, I do represent employers and users when things go south or sour or incidents occur. But part of my hat, as you can see from the slide, is an unofficial title that I have, which is the SIOSH OHS Legal Counsel. And we hold workshops. We train our members. I train employers as well. So if you talk about OHS liability workshops, or legal liability as it's called, what are we trying to tell the employers? To avoid liability, comply with the Act. So we actually, in the same situation, we do promote occupational health and safety as well. We're not just these sleazy lawyers, trying every stop to get people off the hook. Hey, we have that role as well. And SIOSH does have a legal advice forum where I am a moderator, and we do advise our members on certain aspects of occupational health and safety legislation, often more so. And we do have a lovely relationship with the Department of Labour, and I want to congratulate the Chief Inspector, the Inspector General. I'm going to congratulate her now for another reason, for their cooperation with not just SIOSH, their regular interaction with stakeholders. They're readily prepared to present workshops and webinars. In the olden days, we didn't have Zoom and Teams and so on. It's much easier now for us to hold collaborative type of workshops with the regulators, which is the Department of Labour's Inspectorate. One of the regulators I'm going to chat about. Folks, I've based that's basically me showing off there. I'm pressing next, ma'am. There we go. I've just had 2 eye operations. I think I can see what I'm reading there. I've based my talk on 2 documents. One is called the Profile of Occupational Health and Safety South Africa, and it's a project commissioned by the International Labour Organization and the Department of Employment and Labour South Africa. So that's a document I had at my disposal. I've copied and pasted a couple of things out of it. And there I must congratulate the Inspector General, who had huge input into that document, as well as the Chief Inspector. And then on Friday, the Chief Inspector sent me the Occupational Health and Safety Strategy, 2004 to 2029, Route to Zero Injuries and Diseases. And then on the basis of that, I'm going to delve now into the framework. So we have a fragmented regulatory framework. And when you see later in the slide some of the things I've copied and pasted, you will see there is a lament from both the International Labour Organization and internally that it is too fragmented. And we'll look at some foreign jurisdictions to say, can we have one regulatory body for OHS? And the answer is yes. And we'll get to that, and I'll try and motivate. I have looked, not in complete detail, at the Civil Aviation Act, the Railway Regulator Safety Act, etc., in the time that I had. But let's look at the Mine Health and Safety Act. Now, that is a 1996 piece of legislation. So it's regarded by many as a superior piece of legislation because it was promulgated during the time of the interim constitution. So it's more constitutional. And the Occupational Health and Safety Act is a 1993 piece of legislation as amended. So some regard it as having constitutional issues. And it does. We've had an attempt, and I must be very careful here. I'm known to be controversial. I don't want you all to throw your pens at me. But there was the draft Occupational Health and Safety Amendment Bill was published for comment, and SIOSH did comment on it. We had huge comments on it. We had a few issues, and I don't think it's appropriate for me to deal with some of the issues we had. Hopefully they will be taken on board. It does beg the question that if we are going towards one national OHS Act, potentially with regulations pertaining to mines or regulations pertaining to maritime, railway, etc., then one does wonder what sort of exercise it is. But you know, these things take forever, so we do need the draft OHS Amendment Bill to be enacted in law. So we covered the Department of Labour. You have the National Nuclear Regulator. These dignitaries are here. I was terrified that I may poach on their presentations and the Chief Inspector's presentations. So I'm just going to touch on them loosely. The National Nuclear Regulator in South Africa was established under the National Nuclear Regulator Act, mandated to promote for the protection of persons, property and the environment against nuclear damage. I think it's as slow as I am. The Railway Safety Regulator Act. Also, you can see on the slide, in the time I've got, I'm not going to go into too much detail. We have a South African Maritime Safety Authority. We have the South African Civil Aviation Authority. I've never really dealt with these pieces of legislation. I do know the Mine Health and Safety Act pretty well, and I know the Occupational Health and Safety Act pretty well. So if I've got time, I may look at some of the comparisons and give some suggestions from my perspective. I did do a case a couple of years ago, a fatal accident investigation at South African Airways Technical, where an individual was found dead in a compartment of a jumbo jet, which is a confined space, incidentally. You all know General Safety Regulation 5. And apparently he was using a very hazardous substance called trichloro. I think it was ethane then. I think it's called ethylene now. You could correct me. But that was done under the auspices of the Occupational Health and Safety Act. But there are overlaps. Guessing, if you're walking around at ORT International Airport, the Occupational Health and Safety Act will apply. And EXA will be the employer, and the moment you stick your baggage through that machine and they're looking for sharp and illicit stuff within your baggage, the Civil Aviation Act will apply. So, and in many instances, there will be overlaps. In fact, the Occupational Health and Safety Act is the broadest overlapping OHS legislation that we have. You can imagine the Mine Health and Safety Act won't apply at Airports Company South Africa. It won't apply at Koeberg Power Station. And I think that there is an attempt to address this overlap. What if there's an accident? Who presides? Is there provision in law for the presiding officers to share, you know, one from the, for example, the Aviation Act, one from the Department of Employment Labour, and that hasn't been addressed in legislation. There is in Section 33 of the OHS Act provision for the joint inquiry inquest. Obviously, when you hear the word inquest, you know it's a fatal accident. You don't have an inquest into a non-fatal accident. I did a couple in my days as a prosecutor. I like them. I think they would be ideal for the George collapse, where you can have an inquest, the magistrate will preside, and the assessors will be from the Department of Mineral and Energy. So that could be a suggestion. You can kill two birds with one stone. What a horrible pun when we're talking about George collapse, but you can have an inquest done And of course, the families will be invited to the inquest and will participate at the inquest, which is one of the issues I do have with the Occupational Health and Safety Act. I know we have the Section 31 investigation. I'm going to go off script, guys. Now, the Section 31 investigation, and I know all you inspectors know the Section 31 investigation very well. If you analyze Section 31, it's really designed as a pre-formal inquiry procedure. Oh, thank goodness I've got a big voice. But in Section 31, you must tell me if you can't hear me. You must tell me if I must shout louder into these speakers. You know, I'm so cursed. Why does it happen while I'm talking? Where are the sangomas here? Come. Take the rain away while I speak and bring it back when some other boring person speaks, please. But it is designed as a pre-formal investigation, as it is in the Mine Health and Safety Act. Did I close the windows in my car? Hopefully the tranquilizer, I don't care, I'm on a tranquilizer. But you know, Section 31 does provide for a case to be finalized using the Section 31. And I have issues with it. And I know the Honourable Deputy Minister, I think you did say you like people to challenge. I don't like the Section 31 investigation for one reason. I think it is unconstitutional. And it's nice to hear the other side, eh? Are you happy that you hear the other side, or you want me to be compliant, clapping seal? I know. You want to hear the other side. And I'll tell you why. You have, and you've just heard Parkinson speak, you have a fatal accident outside the mines. Now remember, if there's a fatal accident on a mine, it must be subject to a formal inquiry. The families must be invited. The inspector will then draw up a report and hand it to inter alia, all interested parties, the family, the employer, the unions. And I think I should congratulate, I guess it was the National Union of Mine Workers that pushed for a more constitutional, palatable, inquisitorial procedure. What happens in the Occupational Health and Safety Act if an individual has died? Where's the family? Do you ever invite the family to participate? Do you update and brief the family? No, we don't. And I think this is not criticism. It's constructive criticism. It comes from a position of love, before you get cross. I think we should look at that. Now, if we are considering, I'm going to, in the time we've got, I'm going to skip some slides. But if you say to yourself, as the International Labour Organization has suggested or even recommended in that first document that I relied on, the Profile of Occupational Health and Safety, which was authored by the Inspector General and the clever lady behind me, you will see the ILO has called for a national occupational health and safety law. And you can see some of the slides. I'm not sure if they'll be made available to you, but especially those of you, it'll be on YouTube, I guess. You can look at those slides. I'm going to skip some of them. You will see there are some foreign jurisdictions that have one law. And the UK is a prime example. The Health and Safety Executive in the UK has one law. Singapore has one law. They still call it the Department of Manpower. You see how politically correct we've become. Let me just make sure that I can see what's on the slide here. So what I did is, let's look at this profile document which somehow landed in my inbox. I won't say where I got it from. But they say in this document, this is recommendations by the International Labour Organization. I hope I thanked you guys and acknowledged you. I know your offices. I lived in Geneva for 4 years. Have you renovated your office yet? Because it was quite a monolith in the 70s. Some of you will know it. You must have been there. But they do say amend and beef up legislation. And now I don't know the weight of these recommendations, but I think they carry a lot of weight. Review the national OHS policy and legislation. There's a serious need for a coordinating body, and this one I underlined and bolded. Develop national health and safety legislation. Now, we did try that before in 2003. And I Googled that. I even said to Tibor, the previous chief inspector, I said, do you know where this document is? It's 23 years ago where we wanted to have this one regulatory body with one piece of legislation, which is doable, folks. And he said, no, you'll look for it. So I Googled it, and guess who got credit for the Google? Moi. I couldn't believe it. I'm the only one who had it. Came up on Google. Establish an intergovernmental forum with DMRE, as it was known there, DL, DOH, and notice what I've got there. The NPA, National Prosecuting Authority. And notice I put in there deterrence. Now, deterrence is not a sexy topic, is it? Punishment. Shall I say something controversial? The NPA is not coming to the party. You know very well we've had the Greyston Bridge collapse. Where's the prosecution? I have seen the inspector's recommendations. Shout out to Mr. Pumi Mapa, Lenny Samuels. I've done formal inquiries into a flammable store that collapsed in Durban. Shout out to Mr. Sandile Kubeka. Wonderful presiding officers. And I like the Section 32 formal inquiry, which is obligatory in the Mine Health and Safety Act. You invite the unions to participate. You invite the family to participate. I've even had cases where the families of deceased people after a mining accident didn't have a lawyer. They had a family spokesman who outwitted every lawyer, was cleverer than every lawyer, and he was the family spokesman. So it's some considerations I'm throwing out of there. Look, it's going to be a task, because to preside over a formal inquiry is no mean task. Okay? You have to know the law of privilege. You have to put up with lawyers like me. Well, actually, I'm an advocate. I studied much longer than lawyers. I studied much longer than most of you advocates. Now you can become an advocate so easily. I had to do 2 years of Latin. Now I think you don't even have to do Latin anymore. I'm from Pretoria Boys High, and I went to Pretoria University. I couldn't even speak proper Afrikaans, but they didn't accommodate English speakers there. But now I'm a Dutchman like you cannot believe. Ask me anything in Afrikaans. Whoa, there we lost. Oh, it's back. Look at that one, harmonize the various OHS acts. And I think what I'm designed to do, and Millie, just throw something at me if I've missed the point, is I wanted to be a prelude into Millie's talk and then the other regulators as well. Now, why is the the National Prosecuting Authority, allergic to OHS cases? I know I'm in trouble already, so I might as well get more in trouble. I think one of the main reasons is the Section 31 investigation. You know, currently the way they're done is an inspector, you guys, and I didn't even realize there's so many of you. Must cost us a lot of money. You earn a lot, you're going to get cars. I hope you're not going to get blue lights. I'm not sure if anyone over here has a blue light. Watch my eyes. But maybe you should get blue lights as well. Hey, why not? If you can get cars, get blue lights. Everybody gets blue lights. You watch the Malanga Commission, you know. Everybody can get a blue light. One of the reasons I feel that, and this is now, I'm sympathetic to the National Prosecuting Authority. Look, I was a prosecutor. I was part of the Department of Justice, let's call them the NPA, is you hold a Section 31 investigation into a fatality. Let's confine ourselves to fatalities. You go and you take a statement or an affidavit from this party, you take a statement from this party, you take a statement from this party, you might ask a few questions while taking these affidavits, and you send them through to the prosecutor. There's no testing of evidence. There's all these versions. 5 minutes. And I haven't even warmed up yet. Do you remember that movie, Scent of a Woman, with Al Pacino, when he said, I haven't even warmed up yet? Folks, so I think, I'm cursed, Sangomas. A Section 32 formal inquiry. I know there are resources problems. I know it's tough. We can perhaps even come up with something hybrid where there is testing done. Remember, you get a transcript. So the prosecutors now, you've recommended prosecution as an inspector. There's a transcript. All the lawyers have drawn up heads of argument. So you've got all these documents. So the prosecutor has a tested version. We all know the NPA is under pressure, the court's under pressure. Why will they take an untested case with all these divergent affidavits where everybody's blaming everybody and use their precious court time to test the case? Now, that's a theory that it could be one of the reasons we don't find many of our cases going to prosecution. And deterrence is not sexy, but it's important. You all remember the Lenasia factory fire. I think it was the early 2000s where the employer locked the workers in a factory, locked them in, and a fire broke out and they all burned to death. We need a deterrent. We need to say, well, guys, if you do this, you're going to go to jail or you're going to get a hell of a fine. So I know, as I say, it's not a sexy topic. I've got there on my slides, guys. It's going to be made available. They will be made available. I've looked at the UK. It is doable. There are overlaps. It needs to be refined. One thing I need to mention that came out of the Profile of Occupational Health and Safety Act is the recognition of the occupational health and safety practitioners. And they that get accredited to a body. And I wear a SIOSH hat, and I think there's the ideal body to give statutory recognition to practitioners. It is a recommendation from the International Labour Organization. We do have it in the Mine Health and Safety Act. You have safety officers and principal safety officers, and the gentlemen or the individuals, I don't know their gender, who will be speaking from the other regulators. There are also statutory safety personnel recognized in their legislation. SIOSH is ideally equipped. I'm not plugging SIOSH, or am I? I am. They've got 24,000 members, and I think, am I in trouble? I'm always in trouble with the chief inspector. But folks, I didn't finish. The weather didn't play along with me. My slides will be available, and I think they make common sense. And then once again, thanks to everybody here today, and particularly our chief inspector for inviting me.
Thank you.
We can hug.
We are hugging, although you criticized our section 31.
Yeah,
I'm just joking. I'm just joking. So thank you so much, Advocate, for the presentation. We did run out of a bit of time. The restaurant is going to close at 2:30 because they need to prepare for the evening. There's about 450 plus inspectors sleeping here, so they need to also, and they have other guests, so they need to close the restaurant so that they can prepare for the evening. That is why I had to put a bit of pressure on Advocate to finish. The lunch will be served in Serengeti and in Terminal B. We have a little bit of a challenge, but they did say that they will make minibuses available and also umbrellas. So if we can break for lunch, lunch is scheduled for an hour. Because of the rain, I will give the hour. Then the speakers that are after lunch, which is from the regulators, if you can please come forward, because the moderator for the session wants to just have a deliberation with us. It is now just before 10:02. Can we please be back and seated at quarter to? They will make umbrellas and transportation available. It's not very far, but it's raining. So enjoy your lunch. Thank you. items lost and found, there is a wallet with money in it, and the person is Tamsanga Jainki. So, here's your ID, your driver's license, and money. So please come and get your driver's license, wallet with money. And then also somebody dropped sunglasses. So, lost and found. If anybody knows Tamsanga Edwin Jainki, his birthday is 26th of October. I won't say which year. Who's it? It's not. Agreed that we were going to start at, what did we say? 2:45, ne? Yeah. So we are 8 minutes over 2:45. I'm going to hand over. I'm no longer chairing for the rest of the 3 days. I'm no longer chairing. So I'm handing over to Mr. Mabele from the ILO that will be the moderator for this particular session, where we will be having regulators. I must say we invited all the regulators for health and safety in the country, and 3 of the regulators declined based on various reasons. So we are 3 regulators that are here today. So Mr. Mapele, over to you. Thank you. Can we please settle down?
So good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so let's try that again. Good afternoon, everyone. There we go. Welcome back from lunch. We are 55 minutes behind schedule. I thought I should mention that. And I have been assigned a session that is supposed to be 2.5 hours. So I just want to negotiate with you up front that I will still need the 55 minutes. I have spoken to the panelists. They assured me that they will work with me in terms of sticking to time. So the session is divided into 3 parts. The first part of the session, we will have our 3 panelists, and each has 10 minutes. They will be making a presentation representing the regulator they work with. Then part 2, it will be a panel discussion. I had prepared 3 questions for each of them. However, I decided that I'll ask one so that I leave the other questioning to you. And then the last part, which is part 3, we will open the floor and you will have an opportunity to ask between 4 to 5 questions. So that's how the session is going to go. So please allow me to call the regulators to the podium. At least one panelist is already in the podium. But I'll call her name once again, Ms. Millie Reuters, the Chief Inspector for Occupational Health and Safety in the Department of Employment and Labor. Please, a round of applause for the Chief Inspector. I would also like to call Ms. Sethunya Matsia, who is from the Railway Safety Regulator, She's the senior manager within the Railway Safety Regulator. Please join me in a round of applause whilst she's coming to the podium. Allow me to call the third panelist, Ms. Nonhlanhla Mjweni, who is from the Marine Occupational Health and Safety, the South African Maritime Safety Authority, commonly known as SAMSA, and she is the Marine Occupational Health and Safety Specialist within SAMSA. A round of applause for Nonhlanhla. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. So, with the same order I have introduced them, I am going to invite the Chief Inspector for Occupational Health and Safety from the Department of Employment and Labor to make her presentation. Ma'am, your 10 minutes starts now.
My 10 minutes.
You. Okay.
Originally 20, but we're cutting it so that we allow you to go and relax a bit earlier. So I'm going to be speaking about occupational health and safety and looking into bridging the regulatory gap. When we sat down, me and my team, which we call the OHS Exco, and we conceptualized the program, we thought it would be important for us to get all the regulators in health and safety to speak about the work that gets done by other regulators also, because our audience today is predominantly OSH inspectors. So, as I've indicated, we've invited all the regulators. We did have the DMPR that declined. They said they're busy with a rescue mission in the Northern Cape. And then also we had civil aviation that also, they have representation here, but the speaker is not able to speak. So we have 3 of the regulators here, and hopefully it will give us an idea, especially the inspectors, on the regulatory gaps that are there and what is it that we are regulating. So I'm going to be speaking to the converted, which is mainly the OHS Inspectorate, about the work that we do. And also, when we gave the brief to Advocate Reinhardt, we spoke about fragmentation, and there was a reason why he presented before us as the regulators, is to give an overview of what are the challenges that are there. And since 1999, there has been attempts to try and see how we can have one single regulator. Those failed. So we need to make do with what we have. And there are a lot of cracks between us as regulators. There is gray areas when an incident happens, and that is why it's important for us that from today onwards, we would be able to work together when there is, for instance, an incident where there's a gray area when it comes to jurisdiction. So within the OHS space, we do all our regulations. You can go to the next, I'm not going to the next slide, I am. We do all our regulations in consultation with our social partners, and this is to enhance occupational health and safety awareness. One of the key pillars for the inspection and enforcement services is advocacy, and particular strategic advocacy, and this 3 days is that pillar of strategic advocacy, as well as preventing incidents and improving compliance in workplace, as well as nurturing a culture of acceptance that workers' rights are human rights. You would note that the union spoke about it extensively. I don't know, the next is not working. Please assist me. Okay. There we go. So with regard to the regulatory landscape, when we look at the ILO conventions, we know that we are also one of the member states in South Africa for the ILO. We have the ILO Convention 187, which is the promotional framework for occupational health and safety convention. Then This also is one of the conventions that we have not ratified, but we do utilize it significantly. And also we are committed to the Decent Work Agenda. We do also participate in the Decent Work Country program. Then there are different legislation that also contributes to this. Just to latch on to what the advocate spoke about earlier, this is how the landscape looks currently. So what we have is the compensation competencies is also partially fragmented. So if you look at the regulators, we have the National Nuclear Regulator, we have the Railway Safety Regulator, we have Civil Aviation, and we have SAMSA. And of the regulators, we also have what is called now DMPR. So all of those regulatory agencies play some role when it comes to occupational health and safety where workers are exposed to. Then we also have, you look at your COID, that is where we have RMA, FEM as licensees. Then also we have ODIMWA, who also looks at lung diseases in mine workers. And then we have all the other legislation, which includes our BCA, LRA, etc. And they also play a key role when it comes to the welfare of employees, because you cannot work extensive hours. You heard Paddington earlier said he loved overtime. And overtime is also what contributed to his injury. And when you look at working extensive hours and looking at the BCA, looking at LRA, and even looking at reasonable accommodation with EEA, it also plays a role in the well-being of the worker. So yeah, it's just a breakdown of what I've said, what we have in the country. But further to that, we do, I know that there was the Chief Inspector for Explosives also confirmed attendance through Mr. Mapa's office. So they also have the Explosives Act where there's an overlap. And then Department of Health also has the Hazardous Substances Act where there's also some matters that are related to the work that we do. This is the compensation system as indicated within the country. And also, when we look at the profile had in particularly weaknesses that it identified. I'm not going to focus on the weaknesses because ultimately, as the regulators here today, we are going to have to look at how do we address those weaknesses. We have fragmented legislation. There's a little bit everywhere on occupational health and safety. Data collection. If the ILO asks us now to give a report on what are we doing as occupational health and safety compensation and the status of OHS in the country, you'll find bits and pieces. As regulators, because all the regulators fall under government, we are not able to have one single report when it comes to the status of health and safety where workers are involved. And it's critical that we need to be able to collaborate. Then there's also perceived lack of enforcement and duplication of inspection activities. Where do we stop? Like, for instance, let's use the RSR. There is a derailment. There's people that have gotten injured, etc. They have their mandate. When do we, as the Department of Employment and Labour Inspectorate, come in? And that is why we invited the regulators so that we look at how do we work closer together in the areas where there are overlaps. Lack of harmonization, also poor implementation on recommendations. We are busy amending the Occupational Health and Safety Act. Is the other regulators giving input into it? When they are doing amendments or doing regulations, are we as the OHS Inspectorate also giving input? I doubt. So we're working on islands and we're hoping that through this conference because they also have inspectorate, we can be able to work together. There's also not meeting stakeholders' expectations. This is from the OSH profile that was done, or in as far back as 2019, and we were not able to address some of this. So we need to be able to work together. Also, we need to work together with institutions of higher learning. We also need to work together with professional bodies, you know, when it comes to this, because there's also a lot of occupational health and safety practitioners that are fly-by-nights that just wakes up and then they go and do a SEMTRAC course, and tomorrow they are a safety officer and they are somewhere on a site overseeing occupational health and safety. Or somebody, there's a lot of people that decide, no, they are resigning because there's money as a safety officer, and I see people are nodding, and then we find people going, taking files and duplicating the files and having the tick box exercise of, for instance, when it comes to the agricultural sector, you'll find that farmers are being scammed by some of these so-called occupational health and safety practitioners. So collaboration is very important. The advocate did speak about the historical accounts of the Act, where it started way back in 1918, and we are now with the 1993 Occupational Health and Safety Act, and it has been under amendment for some time, and it predates the Constitution. That is just a breakdown of how the evolution of the long titles. You will see that as far back as 1918, it was to provide for the regulation of factories for other purposes incidental thereto. So that was just for factories. Then it moved a little bit. There was some improvement where it was mainly focused on safety and on machinery. And 1993, that is where we are currently with the long title of the Occupational Health and Safety Act, where there's also some overlap between us and my fellow colleagues from the other regulators. And I'm going to read the long title of the Act so that we are able to just grasp that it is to provide for the health and safety of persons at work and the health and safety of persons in connection with the use of plant, machinery, the protection of persons other than persons at work against the hazard of health and safety arising out of or in connection with activities of persons at work. So those that are, where there's an employer-employee relationship that can be impacted, they are also mentioned. And also the establishment of an advisory council. Like I've indicated, we finally have an advisory council. We still have members that have not accepted their appointment. There's a number of them, but we do have two advisory council members are here today. Three of the new advisory council members, which I could see. The others have not accepted their appointments yet. Then, if we look at the environmental right, it states that everyone has a right to an environment that is not harmful to their health and their well-being. And I believe that the RSR that's here, SAMSA that is here, also looks at this particular environmental right, and that is what we use as a basis. Then, who does the Act apply to? Employers, employees, self-employed persons, as well as users. Exclusions. We have a mine that is excluded. This is a very contentious point, the mines, because it was always clear or perceived to be clear, but nowadays there's a lot of requests from companies that believe that they are not a mine, that are applying to my office indicating that they should fall under us as the Department of Employment and Labor. There's been court cases. Also, there's a particular matter now with the smelters, one of the smelting companies, where there was a judgment, and they've indicated that they fall under us as the Department of Employment and Labor, but there's an appeal currently happening. So this is an area where there need to be collaboration when it comes to mines and products from mines that, like for instance, platinum. Once they start the refining of platinum, it goes into manufacturing. Where does it start? Where does it stop? So it's a very important area. That is why we invited all the regulators, so that we speak about this, so that we agree and we speak with one voice. Then also a load line ship, fishing boat, sailing boat. That is why we have SAMSA here. But there's also us that are regulating the diving regulations. We have our diving inspectors here, I saw them here in our audience, where there's also some gray areas between us and SAMHSA when it comes to that particular area of diving. And there is areas that we need to resolve with an MOU and look at how do we resolve issues when it comes to diving, because there is some form of overlap that we need to address when it comes to diving in particular. Then we have the Occupational Health and Safety Act. I'm not going to go through it because I'm speaking to the converted, but what I want to highlight is for the other regulators, we do have the Section 7, which speaks with about the Occupational Health and Safety Policy, where we may direct anybody, any employer in writing, you know, for them to have literally a health and safety management system in place. We also have Section 8, which is the duties of the employers, where this is very critical, and in the bill, this is where we are expanding significantly on health and safety management systems, and also where every employer must provide and maintain as far as reasonably practicable a working environment that is safe without risk. So it's something that we're looking into and expanding. Then we need to look at the health and safety management systems, also very explicit in the bill. But when we look at the occupational health and safety management systems, we are not being prescriptive in the proposed amendments, where we're not going to say you must use an ISO system or this particular system, but it is very key and very critical. So we are also very explicit when it comes to risk assessment, risk control, medical surveillance, it was spoken about earlier. Also, the duties of employers, where we are expanding significantly on it. Duty to inform, this is something that also we struggle with employers, where there's a duty to inform, where they must be made aware of the hazards associated with it. Also, what is in the bill is where an employee is of the opinion that there's extensive risk associated with the work that they do, that they would be able to, like in the Mine Health and Safety Act, not continue with that particular task. That is also what is proposed in the bill, but there's going to have to be strict control on it. Then also duties of employees at work and what they need to do. They need to take care of their own health and safety. They need to cooperate with the employer, and they need to report unsafe situations. And they must not interfere recklessly or damage or misuse anything that is provided when it comes to occupational health and safety. Another bone of contention also is the chief executive charged with certain duties, and this is where we have our 16.1 and our 16.2 appointments, where we also have challenges with where there's numerous 16.2s that gets appointed, which is not supposed to be a 16.2, because they just find it easier to give everybody an appointment. I'm not going to go through it in the interest of time. Then we have our health and safety representatives, where there must be consultation, and also looking at the period of office. Then there's functions of health and safety representatives for the other regulators, because they're going to be speaking about what they have. We have the health and safety committees, where there must be a committee when we have our health and safety reps, and also there must be records that must be kept. And also the health and safety committee members do not incur any civil liability. Then there's just activities of the committee and what they're supposed to do. These slides will be made available. I'm almost done. Then certain deductions prohibited. This is also what we find as inspectors a lot, where there's deductions for PPE. I also get appeals where our inspectors will issue notices, and then there's appeals related to this, and then they say, no, they are not charging for PPE, it's not really PPE, it's uniform, etc. There's a lot happening in that particular space, but our inspectors are doing a great job in issuing notice in this area. Then also reporting of certain incidents within a period of 7 days to our inspectors. Also reporting to the chief inspector, medical practitioners that are in the room within 14 days, because we find that you report diseases to the compensation fund, but you don't report to the chief inspector, and then there's the argument that it's one department. Unfortunately, our systems are not such that we automatically get a notification when there's a disease. So what we normally do when we receive a disease, it goes to the Health and Hygiene Division under Ms. Huna, and then they go and also do investigations. I know there's companies like in KZN, one of the big motor manufacturers, where they would also reporting a lot of diseases. There's also some of the sugarcane manufacturers where they've gone and done some work based on this. Then 31, the advocate's favorite one that he says is unconstitutional. It's our Section 31 investigations, and this is also where there's a lot of work that gets done. With our inspectors, we had an agreement because we had training over a number of months on this. I saw, you see the owner of Ben Risk is here. He also came and assisted us with doing a nice presentation on incident investigation for about 150 inspectors on Section 31 investigations. Then offences and penalties. This is the big issue that's a change in the bill. You know that 100,000 for a company that has a turnover of 100 million is chicken change. So they pay fines from the petty cash. And also there's 2 years imprisonment, but we know that we have huge challenges, and I believe all of us as regulators, when it comes to ultimately prosecution for those that are non-compliant. So this is an area where we also need to then resolve. Then we have all our regulations, and the regulations that we have are divided into the 3 directorates, where I'm not going to go through it, but they are mainly health and hygiene, electrical and mechanical, where it's our equipment. Then we have construction, civil, major hazard installations, explosives. Also, then we are currently, the Act is under amendment. It is currently with legal services, and there is a request from the Chief State Law Advisors that we need to consult with the NPA as well as the police, in particularly on Section 31. Section 31 seems to be a very hot topic where people feel we don't have jurisdiction. There's a lot of issues with Section 31s, especially when it's high profile Section 31s, where we are requested by provinces to intervene with other departments in that particular area. Everything that is in red is under amendment, and the orange one is the one that will soon be promulgated. Then I'm going to stop here, Chair, because I can see you getting edgy. We have CF benefits. That is also very important. I believe tomorrow Mr. Sopan will be speaking about this. When we checked how much benefits has been paid, more than 30 billion rands benefits have been paid over the past 5 years for injuries and for diseases. And then you can see that there's been an increase from 2021 to 2025, a 33% increase in the payment of medical benefits. There's been a 300% increase from 2021 to 2025 in the payment of compensation benefits. Then pension benefits, there's been an increase of 125%. So the question that we need to ask ourselves here as inspectors, as regulators, are we preventing injuries and diseases if the compensation funds benefits are increasing significantly? So over the next 2 days, we need to make sure that we reduce injuries and diseases. As the OHS Inspectorate, we've done just under 500,000 inspections in the last 5 financial years. That excludes the ones that we've done for this year. So it will take us almost to 600,000. And in our inspections, Do we have the desired results? Over and above the money, there are hidden costs associated with it. So we need to make sure that we proactively prevent injuries and diseases, and we also work, because what goes to the compensation fund, civil aviation's claims goes to compensation fund, RSR's claims goes to compensation fund if there's a worker, DMR, it goes to compensation fund via RMA. So when it comes to compensation, they would be able to tell us whether we as health and safety regulators and practitioners are preventing injuries and diseases. So the take-home message is we need to be able to work together as regulators, and we need to proactively prevent injuries and diseases. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chief Inspector. I just want to make a disclaimer, because you had asked somebody else to look at the time. So before they come and accuse me of giving you extra time, because you did exceed the 10 minutes, but I forgot to mention that we're supposed to have 4 panelists. So that's why I was lenient to the Chief Inspector. So I'm going to have to do the same with the other 2 panelists to allow them additional few minutes. We have already agreed. So I want to call upon Ms. Sethunya Matsie, who is representing Railway Safety Regulator, to also share some insights from your sector as well. Please give her a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, colleagues. As I've already been introduced, my name is Sethunya Matsie, and my presentation today will be focused on closing the gap, looking at human factors and regulatory reform in South Africa. When I was asked to do this presentation, it sounded very legal terms, and so I wanted to give it a framing that I understood as a human factors person. And for those who might not know, human factors and ergonomics, the 2 terms are interchangeable. So when you keep hearing me say human factors, know that I'm speaking about ergonomics. It's just that in the railway space, the term that we often use is human factors. Next. Oh, so what's the point? Okay. So this is just a table of contents, so you can see what I'm going to go through. I didn't know that I would have only 15 minutes. I wasn't aware of how much time, so I worked with 30 minutes. So you'll see some slides I will just skip altogether, but I will try to rush through the presentation in general. So I'm going to look at the real question. Remember, because I'm framing it from a human factors perspective, I'm going to look at the real question, what I think is essential from that specific outlook. And I'm going to move on to the regulatory turning point, because there have been significant changes that mean that the landscape is changing. And I'm also going to look at human factors, the questions that we can ask, looking at the different landscape that we're in, the challenges that we face, and looking at some models that are prevalent within human factors that are used as a way for us to understand the risks that exist. I'm also going to then look at the railway safety regulation mandate, the railway sector sample, regulatory approach, systemic regulatory gaps, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just going to move on because of time reasons. Okay, so as I said, I'm looking at the regulatory reform from a human factors perspective. So one of the key things to ask and consider is, why do we still have safety regulations failing even though we have laws that exist? Because if you look at the South African legislative landscape, it's not that there isn't any legislation that is present. We have a lot of legislation. So a lot of work has been done to create the legislation, to outline what people moving in the occupational health and safety space in particular are required to do. But still, we see that there is persistent workplace injuries. We see that there are major sector incidents, and there's only about a 6% national occupational health and safety compliance. And even from the railway perspective, we are governed by the Railway Safety Act. And even the Act includes occupational health and safety, because the primary thing that railway operators are required to do is ensure that all the risks that exist in their space are identified and controlled. So that will include occupational health and safety risks. So regardless of that, regardless of even rail being within or covering some aspects of the Occupational Health and Safety Act, Occupational Health and Safety Act, yeah. We also share a similar mandate, but besides that, we are still seeing injuries. So from a human factors perspective, the question then becomes, are safety failures occurring because systems are designed without considering human behavior? I will expand upon this a little bit later, but the general perspective from human factors is that when you are designing anything, you must consider the people you are designing it for. And when it comes to people, their behavior can be the reason why the legislations or the laws or the rules that exist are not effective. So it doesn't become about the rules themselves, it becomes about that the rules don't actually align with the behavior of humans or the way humans tend to behave, especially when they're under pressure, especially when they are trying to solve certain things. Another perspective to consider is regulations assume rational compliance. Sorry, that looked blurry for a minute. They assume rational compliance, and also that organization optimize for productivity under pressure. And that is a very real thing. You will find that organizations will have their own policies, procedures, ways that they say they should be working. But because of pressures for productivity, they take shortcuts. And this, you find that it's the most natural thing for them, that they're saying, yes, this is what we have on paper, but what you start to see is a slow movement away from what is actually written down, and they start to adopt a different way of behaving that is separate from what the policies and the processes and the procedures say. Because one of the things, and I'm going to refer back to human behavior, one of the things that humans often try to do, they try to be efficient. And efficiency means taking shortcuts. We naturally do this. For a lot of us who drove here, if we are driving on a route that we really know very well, it is very easy for us to go into autopilot. If you're going to work every day, it's the route that you know, you might find that some days you find that you've arrived and you don't actually remember how you got there. You don't actually remember what cars you saw. You don't actually remember specific details about what the trip was like. That's because your mind moves or strives to go towards efficiency. So it tries to take the shortcuts that it can take, and some things go offline, and it tries to find how can I do this the shortest way possible, especially if no issues occur. Because if it assumes that it's going to be business as usual, it's going to just think, okay, I can just bypass some of these things. So we see that happening largely in organizations, and then when you add the pressure for productivity, it becomes even more pressing. So what's happened in South Africa, we've seen some regulatory turning points. We've seen that the landscape has undergone some very significant reform since 1993. We see the shifts. If we look at the Railway Safety Act of 2024, we see more emphasis on safety management system required for operators. If we look at the COIDA Amendment Act, there's administrative penalties and expanded liability. Occupational Health and Safety Act, we see a shift from policy compliance to health and safety management systems. So we are seeing with the progressions that have happened, we see the shift has led to a transition where it's gone from compliance by documentation to operational accountability, which is good. Because part of what this means is that there's more of an emphasis on operators ensuring that I will keep saying operators because I'm from railway and we call them railway operators, but it's about people ensuring companies, businesses, I know the OHS Act applies to not just railway operators, but ensuring that they remain accountable and they don't just submit documentation or just comply with documentation, but that safety monitoring is part of an ongoing process. So the human factors question becomes that the traditional occupational health and safety regulation assumes that workers are going to follow procedures, that employees are going to implement the policies, and that compliance will ensure safety. So there's this belief that you're going to see a smooth transition or movement towards safety where you have rules. You're going to have, after people follow the rules, then they start complying, and then you have safety. But when it comes to humans and how they normally act in real organizations, work is adaptive. And that means that people are making changes as they go along. They might start doing a job the way that they're required to do it, following all the rules, but over time they might adapt, especially if you consider what I said before about production pressures. So you might find that they adapt, but we shouldn't look at the adaptive part, as this is now where the human being is the risk factor. I want to just contextualize that by saying that there's often an emphasis on saying human beings, it's always human error, they're the weakest link, but you often find that human beings are the source of resilience within a system, especially when a system is not functioning adequately. You're going to find that it's the human beings who will have the foresight to, if the specific railway line has not been well maintained, for instance, and they know that there's some issues in certain places, you're going to find that the human beings, maybe the train driver, will know that in that section I need to slow down because I know the maintenance has not been so good, so I must make sure I slow down. So the guy doing maintenance may know that this is what I'm doing in the meantime just to keep this section going, because I know that we don't have budget to conduct maintenance. I know that there isn't a maintenance plan. I know that we don't have the tools. So you find that human beings are the ones who are being resilient, who keep the system going longer than it would if they actually did follow the rules or the processes, especially with the pressure. So you find sometimes it's a double-edged sword when certain instances we're saying people are moving away from what they're supposed to do. But in reality, you're finding that by moving away and some of the adaptations that they make, they keep the system resilient, they keep the system going for longer. Another one is that people create workarounds, and I've just referred to it, it's added within that. They create workarounds. And this is, like I said, I referred earlier to the drive here, that you start to go into autopilots, you start to figure out a way to do it faster. And then safety competes with production pressures. And so what we see in reality is that there is work, but then there is adaptation in the middle. So in the previous one, where there was a smooth transition into safety, what usually happens, or what can happen without proper monitoring, is that it becomes work, adaptation, and then a slow movement towards risk, called the risk drift. And this means that over time, you start taking shortcuts here, you start adapting here, you start changing here, and before you know it, you have moved to an area where you are not behaving safely at all, but you didn't see it because it was happening slowly over time. So rules exist, but systems drift toward risk, and this is where the regulatory gaps tend to emerge, in that it'll be ideal for them to be aware and mindful of this, and then when they are designing or new regulations are being amended or adopted, that this is something that they're mindful of. So from a human factors model, there's a Swiss cheese model. It tries to identify how an accident happens. And one of the things that it says is that they might be layers of defense. So in our space, layers of defense might be the regulation, might be the organizational policy, supervision, operational practices. All of these are good defenses. But if they have gaps in them, if there are areas where they have not considered human behavior, there are areas where there's no consistency, or maybe there's some ambiguity, what you might find is that an occurrence happens, an accident happens anyway. If you look at that arrow that goes through the different pieces of cheese, it has a straight line through, and that straight line represents the failure of all the different defenses. And the accident occurs, and when it happens, it's as if there were no layers of protection to begin with. All because all the gaps in all the different layers of protection aligned. And that alignment meant that an accident happened. So when we look at it from the railway safety perspective, the RSR has a mandate where we issue permits, we issue safety permits to railway operators. We will now, especially under the new Act, participate in licensing and accreditation, especially for safe critical grades. We have new works and technology reviews. This is where we approve technical submissions for new works and technologies that are submitted by people who want to do work in the railway space. There's occurrences where we are also tracking occurrences that happen in the railway space. There's research where we conduct relevant research for our space to try to understand the emerging risks, the emerging new technologies that can be used and leveraged. We have audits, inspections, and investigations, because we also have inspectors from the railway space who do audits, inspections, and investigations. We have railway safety standards. We also propose railway safety standards. We have the National Information Database, the place where operators will usually send us their data, the method through which we communicate with them, harmonization of railway safety standards, and enforcement. I don't know how much time I have left. 2 minutes. Oh my goodness. Okay. And so what happens is that for railway safety challenges, even with all these different mechanisms that we have in the railway space, you still find that safety-related occurrences happen annually. You still find that there's persistent operational incidents, there's infrastructure operational pressure. And when you look at the reason why, or what the types of occurrences that are happening, derailments, collisions, persons struck by train, and if you look at the underlying contributions, you're seeing infrastructure deterioration, signaling failures, operational complexity. And all these things show us that there are system-level problems that might be present, and it's not just about rule violations. And reporting transparency and learning is therefore crucial. So one of the regulatory approach from RSR is to strengthen compliance and focus on the data-driven and risk-based safety management. This is now where we try to track and catch the adaptation as it is happening through data-driven risk-based. Okay. It's not working. I'm going to move through this because I do not, oh my goodness, wow, okay. Maybe this one. So with the occupational health and safety reforms that have happened, we see a major drift from static policies to health and safety management systems, which is a positive change, because now we see that safety must be managed continuously and not documented periodically. Systems must address operational risk, occupational culture, and human performance. And this then means that some of the risks that I was identifying in the beginning can be addressed. And so one of the 5 strategic shifts that we can focus on is looking at creating more regulatory clarity, modeling programs and standards frameworks that are consistent, and ensuring that while we create the regulations, we don't just tell you this is where you need to arrive, we also give you some kind of guideline of how you can arrive there so that we can minimize the different interpretations that might come from reading the regulations. And these interpretations might be limited to that specific person's risk appetite. Specialist inspectorate, we could also include ergonomists and occupational health hygienists, emerging risk integration, looking at psychological safety and fatigue management, which are things that can affect a person's ability to actually comply and do what they're required to do. It could emphasize and encourage them to take shortcuts. We have digital compliance systems, real-time safety reporting, cross-regulator coordination. I think the chief inspector mentioned this. He mentioned a lot about more collaboration. I 100% agree. Cross-regulator coordination, where there's joint inspection and enforcements and mechanisms. And when it comes to rail, one of the things that we look at as a regulator, we can play a significant bridging role, because we can translate the occupational health and safety policy into operational safety systems, including safety management systems, human factors integration, and technical oversight, so that we can have a more collaborative oversight systems. So South Africa is at a regulatory turning point. The challenge is not simply stronger laws. The challenge is designing systems where safe behavior is the easiest behavior. Ideally, we want to design systems that make it so that behaving safely is the most logical and simplest way to act. And with what we know about human behavior, with what we know about the general weaknesses that humans have and the tendencies to adopt, we absolutely can do this. And so from a human factors, we see that safety improves when systems support people to succeed. So just concluding remarks, with regulatory reform, it must move beyond just legal compliance, and the future of occupational health and safety depends on integrating the law, the organizational behavior, human performance, systems engineering. And only then can we move from reactive enforcement to proactive safety governance. Thank you very much.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Situnya, for that. As she was presenting, I just realized that there's something that I should have mentioned before, even before Millie presented. Because as you were presenting, I was becoming excited because I got about 3 senses activated. There's a sense of familiarity that I decided it will be by default when I was listening to the Department of Employment and Labor. But when you were presenting, I realized that I have to activate other senses, the sense of interest, the sense of professionalism, because I work in this space. So I want to urge all of us that please don't rely on your sense of familiarity as you are listening, because you may miss some of the parts. So I'm going to invite Nonhlanhla Mjweni, who is from South African Maritime Safety Authority. And I think the other two senses will also be activated here, the sense of interest and professionalism. Nonhlanhla, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you representing the South African Maritime Safety Authority. And, well, my name is Nonhlanhla Mjweni. I work or am employed as a marine OHS specialist, responsible for compliance within, let me just say nationally, because we have ports all over South Africa. So my presentation will address, talk a little bit about who is SAMSA, the legislative mandates, regulatory gaps, challenges, enforcement, failures and gray areas. I will also touch on the policy reform pathways and then conclude. So about SAMSA, who is SAMSA? SAMSA is the South African Maritime Safety Authority, which is an agency of the Department of Transport, and it was established on the 1st of April 1998 under the SAMSA Act of 1998. So we have three objectives, which is to ensure safety of life at sea, to prevent and combat pollution from ships in the marine environment, and to promote the Republic's maritime interest. We also have the Sea Watch and Response Department, which is based in Cape Town, and that unit is, its focal point is to monitor shipping to ensure safety navigation of ships at sea through the surveillance of vessels. So everything that you see in there, it's the vessels that are at sea, so that department looks after that and assists where necessary. In terms of the OHS legislative mandate that SAMSA operates under, we have the OSH Act vis-a-vis the Merchant Shipping Act. So have those two against each other so that you can see also that is a very thin line in terms of the definition, which is why we overlap all the time. So the Merchant Shipping Act defines the workplace as any means or any place on a vessel where an employee performs work in the course of their employment. Whereas the OSH Act defines workplace as any premises or place where a person performs work in the course of their employment. And then under Section 3 of the OSH Act, then they say, this act does not apply or shall not apply in respect of any load line ship, including ship holding a load line exemption certificate, fishing boat, sealing boat, and whaling boat as defined in Section 2 of the Merchant Shipping Act, or any floating crane, whether or not such ship, boat, or crane is in or out of the water within any harbor. And then the Merchant Shipping Act, on the other hand, says it's a large piece of legislation which covers a wide scope or wide spectrum, in that with the Merchant Shipping Act, we look at the construction, but it is now not a construction of a building, but we are constructing ships, manning of ships, training standards, labor standards, ship operation, pollution prevention. And it is the Merchant Shipping Act which also gives the power to the minister to make the regulations. For an example, the Maritime Occupational Safety Regulations, which is what we apply on a day-to-day basis when we do the cargo operations on vessels. This Maritime Occupational Safety Regulation was established in 1994, and they only apply on board the vessel and to the performance of all work that is carried out on vessels, whether or not the vessel is afloat or not, meaning whether there's a ship is in the dry dock, is being repaired, or it is berthed alongside, we're going to apply the Maritime Occupational Safety Regulations. So these regulations, they cover 5 chapters, which is general. General talks to your all types of vessels, including your pleasure vessels, to commercial vessels. And then chapter 2 talks to your safety provisions for staff on board the ship. And chapter 3 is the stevedores, shore contractors, incidental persons on board. So the stevedores are those companies that handle our cargo when it arrives in our South African waters. So it's either they load or offload. We call those people stevedores. And then shore contractors would be your maybe ship repair companies, or someone who's coming on board to do something that has to do with repairs. And incidental persons will be your maybe migration officers. When the vessel is alongside, they come in, check documentation and compliance of the crew on board. And and then we have fishing vessels, because also that forms a larger part of our economy. So we take care of the fishing compliance under this Maritime Occupational Safety Regulations. And then miscellaneous provisions under Chapter 5, which talks to mostly offenses and penalties. So we also do issue fines if they are offenses or contraventions that are being unmet on board the vessel. And then how is the Maritime Occupational Safety Regulations linked to the OHS Act? So, under the Maritime Occupational Safety Regulations, 1994, under Section 3, 1H and I, it says the employer shall ensure that the machinery and equipment which is brought on board a vessel and which does not form part of that vessel's machinery or equipment, complies with the provisions of the Occupational Health and Safety Act. And also, under I, the employer shall ensure that the employee who operates that machinery or equipment that is brought on board the vessel is competent to do so. Now, we did not reinvent the wheel. The OHS Act is very explicit in that what needs to be complied with. If it's this type, if it's a forklift that is brought on board to assist with cargo operations, it needs to meet certain standards or requirements which are prescribed in the OHS Act. So when we go on board now to do our own inspections, we check whether that stevedoring company has met these requirements. Because now the OHS Act does not apply on board, but the equipment that is brought on board belongs or falls under the requirements of the OHS Act. So there is that relationship or link in between the two. So, like for an example, I just mentioned the forklift, but I listed there the lifting gear, the main cage, cargo skips, all those equipment are regulated under OHS Act. And then the machinery operators, crane operators, their competencies, drivers, excavators, and front loaders, all those people, they have to meet the requirements as prescribed in the OHS Act. So, for an example, there under main cages, we had to work very closely with the Department of Labor in Durban. They assisted us a great deal when we had to manage this, because our stevedores, they use main cage to access heights on vessels, because anything that is from the deck upwards, there are no ladders to access those heights, so they bring in the main cages. So we had to work with the owners of that piece of legislation to say, okay, how then do we marry this into our requirements when they go on board? So it led also to SAMHSA being able to draft and issue out a marine notice which talks to the stevedoring companies or any other company that comes on board and wanting to use the main cages. So that relationship, in other words, is there. We just maybe need to give it some more oomph. And the Maritime Occupational Safety Regulations is supported by 4 codes. The first code will be the Code of Safe Working Practices for Merchant Seamen, which is published by Her Majesty's Stationery Office in the UK. And we also have South African Ports Cargo Handling Code of Practice, published by the National Ports Authority of South Africa in 1994, which is incorporated in our regulations. We also have the Code of Working Practices for Fishing Vessels, which is published by SAMHSA, and Code of Safe Working Practices for Fishing Vessels, also published by SAMHSA, which introduces safety management systems. Now, let's look at what currently is the gap, the challenges, and the enforcement failures that we currently are facing. So that table talks to the challenges that we have as SAMHSA. Our regulation at the moment is limited. It is not very explicit in some critical areas, and our codes are a little bit outdated. And like you saw when I mentioned, can I go back? Yeah, just see, I'm just going to look at the heading there, Maritime Occupational Safety Regulation. It doesn't mention health. So there is no coverage of health aspect currently on focus. It is only focused on occupational safety. And then the fourth challenge is no requirements. We do not have requirements currently for medicals, for shore contracts, except for machinery operators. But the good thing is that the employers are aware, so they take their employees regardless. But to us, when we do audits, when you conduct audits, we cannot request to see whether the employees have been taken for medical surveillance, because we do not have the requirement currently. We only require for the machinery operators. And the ship crane load testing, the 5-yearly intervals, I made a little note on that one. Please excuse me, because it's a little bit of a touchy subject. There, what we basically mean is that the SOLAS, which is the Safety of Life at Sea Convention, requires that the load testing on the vessel cranes be done at a 5-yearly intervals. And also then they do the yearly inspections. However, the OHS Act requires that this is done on a yearly basis. So our shore contractors then, they feel that the ships should also do the 1-yearly vis-a-vis the 5 years, because this is what the OHS Act says. But unfortunately, we cannot enforce that, because we cannot introduce a requirement in South Africa, and then when the vessel sail to maybe Mozambique or Angola or wherever, then they have a different requirement. So this is now like an international requirement. They do a 5-yearly, and then every year they will just do the load testing. So that is where we are having concerns from our stakeholders, because they feel that we are not protecting them enough. They are exposed to risks such as, when the crane wire snaps, like we've seen serious incidents or accidents happening because of that. And also, the other issue is, other challenge again is that the sea causes wire to rust quickly, but then they have this, leverage to say, we are going to do it in 5 years. So to address this, we've had some of our shore contractors do their own inspections through the LMIs to inspect the cranes on arrival. So that is still like a challenge for SAMHSA currently. And then in terms of enforcement failures, we also have a gap when it comes to ship scrapping, because when a vessel is whole and is intact, it is called a vessel. So the maritime legislation oversees compliance on that one. But once we start stripping, taking away components, now at some point, it's no longer a vessel, it's now a structure. Now, where does the OHS kick in, and where does the Maritime Safety, or let me say the Merchant Shipping Act, steps back to allow the OHS to now take over, because it's no longer a vessel. That is not defined, and it creates uncertainty between the Maritime Safety Regulations and the OHS Act, and because of that, the risks can be poorly managed. And inspections of fishing operations at sea. Again, we do conduct inspections before the fishing vessel sails. And we've had a very good, again, collaboration with Department of Labor in the Western Cape, where we were doing, it was a SAMHSA DEL joint inspection. We were going in to see the safety and welfare of the vessel to accommodate the fishers, and the Department of Labor employment was looking at the compliance in terms of, are these people registered? Do they have UIF? Do they have, are they covered under workmen's compensations? Do they have contracts? Do they have, all the benefits that are listed under COIDA? And SAMHSA was there to look at the compliance of the actual structure before the vessel sails for fishing. Now, those of you who've been into a fishing vessel, you'll know it's okay. It's a very small structure. So, yeah, the conditions may be very, very uncomfortable. So we were looking at that. I've just been told I have a minute and a half, and I'm about to finish. So this is what we're talking about when we say there's an overlap, because this workplace that is outside the vessel, that is supposedly to be an a DL function, and then we get on the vessel, this is SAMHSA. So we interlink, but that is still a gray area again. Policy reform pathways, this is what we are doing to address some of the issues that I've mentioned. We are currently in draft of the Maritime, Occupational Health and Safety. Now you can see we've added health, so that has been to strengthened to counter the challenges stated earlier, and it also introduces health risk assessment, and we are also busy with the draft of the Code of Safe Working Practices for ships working in South African ports that will supersede the Transnet codes for work on board the vessel, and the Safe Working Practice for ships undergoing repair, which is a new code altogether, and it borrows from good practices and construction regulation and ILO's relevant code of practices. In conclusion, I'm going to just run through this. In conclusion, I thought maybe it would be a good to share with the audience the stats currently from 2017 up to 2025, 2026 of the stevedores injuries and fatalities. Since then, we had a spike back in 2017, 2018, but now it's gradually dropping. And also what causes or the most injuries occur when stevedores are handling containers, and still those are the high-risk operations on vessels. And the causes of injuries or fatalities since 2009 up to now, the falls from heights were the most contributing factors, and struck by cargo or crashed by cargo or lifting gear. Those are the incidents that we see every day. And we are currently now working on these regulations so that we can address this. We receive about 8,000 to 12,000 vessels annually. So, and we anticipate to have about 4,000 stevedores working nationally. So it is a huge portfolio, but we are trying to address these issues, and to also talk to what my colleague said, that sometimes when injuries occur, we don't know. I mean, the employees or the stevedores company won't know where to go if they are outside or inside, but it's still the same operations. It's one company working in one vessel. It's just that the others are on the shore side and the other group is inside the vessel. So it's two legislation covering that team. Meanwhile, it's one and the same company. So it's all those little gray areas that we still need to sit with our team, with our stakeholders and our colleagues, and to see how best we can move forward. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Notlanta. I really felt bad when I had to come closer to you. But I was also more curious on the last slides. As a result, I've altered my question for you so that it does reflect. So if we could just move then to part 3 and the last part of this session. I had prepared 9 questions for the 3 panelists, but as I indicated, I just reduced it to 3. And as they were speaking, I was actually altering the questions. But before I ask Millie her question, I just want to go back to what I mentioned in terms of listening with familiarity. When Millie indicated that South Africa has not yet ratified Convention 187, which is something that I'm familiar with, and therefore I'll activate other senses, like a sense of interest, to say, do we know why South Africa has not yet ratified Convention 187? So I'm just making an example, Millie, you don't have to respond to that. But when a sense of interest is activated, I'm listening to Nonhlanhla coming from a slightly different sector where international labor standards still are relevant. For an example, there's Convention 188 on fishing in South Africa, which South Africa has ratified. But if you look at that convention, Article 31, 32, 33, and 34, they are specifically on occupational health and safety. So the question would be, and I know you mentioned this, Nonhlanhla, that the regulations are more on safety, then the question would be, the data that ILO has been collecting in the recent past is indicating that more than 2/3 of occupational health and safety incidents are more on health rather than the safety part. So it would be of interest to hear what are some of the reforms that are taking place within the maritime industry to ensure that we have seafarers' rights and well-being taken care of. So I thought I should just highlight what I meant by listening with interest, familiarity, and perhaps through the professionalism because we work in this space. So Millie, here's your first question, and it will just be the only question that I'm asking you. Given that the Department of Employment and Labor is the primary custodian of South Africa's National Occupational Health and Safety Framework, what practical steps can be taken to close the gap between policy intent and workplace implementation, especially in sectors where there's weak enforcement, fragmented coordination, and limited employer compliance? I know recently we have been talking about sectors that could be classified as high risks.
Okay, thank you for the question. I believe today we've tried to take the first step in making sure that we bring everybody that has some form of occupational health, occupational safety regulations that they have in place. And like I've indicated, I think 3 regulators are not here. We won't stop. I think it's important for us because there is a significant amount of overlap, like your human factors standards, for instance, that the RSR has, is very much related to some of the regulations that we have, and we've done some reforms in our regulations where we will have physical agents regulations, also we had environmental regulations for workplaces that will be falling off in September. So we need to be able to work closer together. The ideal would have been to have all the regulators under one umbrella. That was a vision at one point in time. That vision, I think it died a silent death, but we should be able to work more closely together, not only just have MOUs, because MOUs is another policy document where there's very limited implementation, or you meet once or twice a year. I saw already in some of the presentations they spoke about how do we do joint inspections so that we ultimately work together, because we are not in competition with each other. We all have beautiful regulations, you could see, but where there's challenges with implementation, and even when we implement, there are, like, I love how the Maritime indicated that there are these gray areas. Where do we come in? So I think that collaboration, formalizing our collaboration would be what we need to do in the interim to resolve the issues of our policies, fragmentation, and then having implementation, and also joint reporting. I know that we have Prof. Spoor from NIOH here. There was a project that we started with CF, looking into how do we have a report on occupational injuries, diseases, but also the work that we do as the inspectorate, because they have their own inspectorate, and where we need to come together and work together to ensure that we ultimately prevent incidents. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Millie. Ms. Setunya Matsie, this is your question. Within rail environment, where systematic hazards, aging infrastructure, and operational pressures often intersect, what regulatory and behavioral shifts are most urgently required to embed a culture of prevention? Because we've been talking prevention, so that safety is internalized across operators rather than treated as a compliance exercise.
Thank you for the question. I think from the railway space, if we're looking at issues like aging infrastructure and all of the different changes that happen, I think one thing that is beneficial is if there is, I suppose the regulator could assist in ensuring that there's more collaboration between other agents or entities that can provide assistance, because sometimes you find that, say, with aging infrastructure, the challenge might be that it's very expensive to actually maintain this infrastructure. And if you see long term, if you want to replace certain components, it's going to take a lot of time. And so the risk, it means that the risk is going to be addressed in several years. And so we have to sit with it. And so maybe something more collaborative that allows, I guess, operators to have more support, especially when it comes to perhaps even developing interim safety measures that ensure that whatever risks that are emerging because of those specific challenges are mitigated, and so that there is also more support even from the community, because some of the challenges that they will have are related to seeing the general crime that the country struggles with, it pouring over into the railway space. And so I think more strengthening the community support, strengthening the alignment with the other entities, whether it's SABs, whether it's other actual communities that are within the areas that are close to the railway line, could be effective or could be helpful.
Thank you. Let me come to Nonhlanhla, but before, when Advocate Renard was presenting, he asked a question as a by the way in terms of the strength of recommendations in the ILO. And I want to clarify that the recommendations in the ILO are part of the International Labour Standards, all 209 of them. But then there's a distinction between the convention and the recommendation. Even though they both entail legal text, but the convention is a ratifiable instrument, meaning that once it's ratified by a member state, there's a requirement to report. And I'm actually coming to Convention 188. And whereas the recommendation, there is no requirement for that. However, the country may comply with the recommendation from time to time. And from time to time, the ILO may require a member state to report on a recommendation. So it's quite a strong document as well. Now, in South Africa, you have Convention 188 being ratified, and this is a fishing convention. It has a recommendation that accompanies it, Recommendation 199. Now, in the maritime sector, Nonhlanhla, where unique risks such as isolation at sea, hazardous working conditions, and limited oversight, sometimes overboard the vessels, where these are very common. What innovations or regulatory reforms that could strengthen maritime occupational health and safety, particularly in ensuring that the seafarers' rights, well-being, and reporting mechanism are consistently upheld across domestic and international waters?
Okay, with the international or with the bigger vessels, you know, that is addressed in terms of the vessels are already, you know, under certain laws and requirements, and that comes naturally in the enforcement and the adherence thereof to safety compliance is more evident on those ones. The issue comes with the smaller vessels, particularly the fishing vessels, where we really are struggling, and we are receiving cases on a day-to-day basis from the crew, the complaints of the conditions or the contracts of employment that are not in place, or things that go wrong at sea. And we've highlighted it, that it is a gap that currently we see as a huge concern. We cannot sail, unfortunately, at the moment to go and check the compliance. We only enforce when the vessel is here, when it's still berthed. As soon as it sails, the conditions totally change, because here we just see the administration most of the time. But the actual implementation or protection or provisions, it's still a very huge concern. But SAMHSA, like the C188, it aims to, close all those gaps. But it's still a long way to go. But the interventions as well, the joint inspections that we are currently are taking place between SAMHSA and the Department of Employment and Labor, assisting into closing all those gaps. But I would say, yes, it is still a concern.
No, thank you very much, Ntanda, for that. And this response, actually, it underscores how some of our work intersect with other areas of work. For an example, the Chief Inspector indicated that, yes, the Act, the Occupational Health and Safety Act in South Africa, has jurisdiction over all other industries except mining. And I can relate with that from a convention, or rather from international labor standard point of view, because there is a convention for mine health and safety, which is Convention 176. But where then there has to be a relationship, when the ILO requests reports from South Africa, it does not necessarily mean that it will immediately go to the department, the relevant department that deals with mining. The Department of Employment and Labor International Relations Desk still has to coordinate that reporting. So it will be really important to have that coordination between the application of Convention 155 and Convention 176. So I would like us to spare the remaining 20 minutes with at least 4 questions from the floor. If I could get an indication just by raising of a hand, it has to be 4. I see one hand closer to the front. I'm looking around. There's one. I do not see any other. There's another hand at the back. So, 2 hands at the back. So if we could limit to the 4 hands that I see. There's one here in the middle row. And then, I think it's Dr. Sinabe, if I'm not mistaken. And then there's another hand there. And then we can take the microphone closer to the door. I see that hand. You are recognized. So we do have 4 hands. Please, if you could keep the questions short so that at least we have an equitable allocation of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the panelists and colleagues. Earlier on we had a mention of...
excuse me, Dr. Sinabe, there's a flashing light on our left. If they can just either make it to be constant or switch it off, it's becoming very disruptive. Please go ahead.
No, thank you very much. Earlier on, there was a presentation from the AU about Agenda 2063 and the extent to which, this conference has also people in the African region participating. And I wanted to ask a question insofar as the conventions and standards from ILO in the light of what was presented by the last presenter. Is there a coordinated way in which we could be able to adopt more or less the same instruments as the African continent, given the fact that this Agenda 2063 identifies the blue economy as a cornerstone for African economic transformation, and that therefore provides an opportunity for us to have a coordinated way as a region rather than maybe just individual countries. And I wanted to ask if maybe the Chief Inspector could, or the colleague from SAMSA can comment on that. Thank you.
Okay. So the second hand was on my left, somewhere there, just closer to where you are holding the microphone. There was a hand there. Okay, so let's take maybe closer to the door.
Apologies. I'm Hema Hariram from NAPTOSA, the Teachers Union, but representing the Federation FEDUSA. I want to ask a question. I heard from this morning the definitions of employers in business, in industry, in the mining sector, and all the other sectors. And by the way, the Deputy Minister spoke about them, the Department of Labor, as an employer. So we represent government, the teachers and schools. Who is responsible? Who's the employer? Who is responsible to monitor and check the safety in our schools? Because the South African Human Rights Commission research released in November 2025 revealed that there are schools with asbestos roofs across all provinces. So that surely is a problem, not just for our workers, our members, but for the 12 million learners. So I'd like some clarity on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please go ahead. Third question.
Thanks, Comrade Sipiwe, and greetings to all presenters. And then I would like to stand on the protocol observed. Earlier on, there were presentations from the whole team from Department of Employment and Labor. I want to reduce mine to 2 areas, or if not 3. One, I wanted to check the autonomy of the Inspectorate Division. Reason I'm asking that, you find that you do have got an inspector who will be invited to a particular labor center through the initiative by the organized labor. They then have to prohibit certain areas. But 2 days, 3 days down the line, you find that the very area that was prohibited, it's now, we don't know whether it has been revoked, that prohibition notice or what, but you're not sharing any with the organized labor. And then we try to follow up, you find that there is a pressure from their bosses. Some will tell you that if you prohibit this one, you look at the thousands of UIF beneficiaries that are seated out there, where are they going to get an assistance? Yet this is resulting into the health of our officials being compromised. Secondly, I wanted to check, we heard the news from the minister, from the president during the SONA, and it was re-emphasized today by the deputy minister about the upcoming of the 10 inspectors, of which we welcome it. Okay. However, want to check whether you have done the workplace, what we call a workplace occupancy rate, because we believe that the health cannot be physical only. If you find that you have got an over-congestion of officials within a particular office space, that in itself, it might result into some health hazardous issues. We have witnessed that through the COVID time. We wanted to check those areas. And then thirdly, thank you.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you, but I wanted to check the issue of, because inspectors might not speak for themselves, but fortunately we have to speak on your behalf. Okay. The pool cars that we're using, many of them are not roadworthy, which results in some of our inspectors having to be in trouble.
So,
thank you so much.
Okay, I didn't hear either. Yeah. So colleagues, can I request for your attention? I'm getting signs that we didn't hear this last part.
Okay.
So if you could just maybe clap after, please, if you could repeat it.
Thank you. We were referring to the pool cars that our inspectors are given. they are posing a healthy hazard into their lives because they are not roadworthy. And some of them, when they end up being involved into the accident, you find the poor inspectors will be liable to pay for such. Yet it's a tool of trade. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. So the number of hands seems to be increasing. Can I request that we limit the preamble to a question and maybe just get into a question? So I'm going to move to the back, and I request that if you are asking a question, if you could stand up, because we would like also to have a visual sense of who is asking the question. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'm Simas Mtota from Eastern Cape. I got just one or two questions, Chairperson. CI and also other colleagues from Marine and also Rail, I must appreciate the presentation. To a very interesting, good presentation in terms of outlining those grey areas. In terms of collaborations, it's good collaborating, but my worry or maybe a concern or maybe just to be a devil's advocate, if we are going to collaborate where we do know that there are grey areas or there are uncertainties, how are we going to navigate those areas if there is no policy direction? Or maybe are we collaborating to identify those grey areas so that we can be able now then to allocate a specific policy mandate or maybe a policy update? Secondly, Chair, on issues of accountability gap, in terms of incidents and numbers, they are all extracted from COITA, or maybe all these regulators, they report the incidents and occupational diseases to COITA. So, if an international report, for example, ILO requests the report, so it's going to get that overall number. So how is the accountability on that to say maybe which regulator contributed more or maybe has reduced more? Because in the Department of Labor, I do know that we do have targets of 80% in terms of our standards to ensure that we have investigated the incidents. But the other presentations in terms of marine, in terms of rail, I did not hear them specifically mentioning in terms of incident investigation and investigation of occupational diseases. So in terms of accountability, so that those who are investigating, they are not taking that overall responsibility of that chunk, big number. Lastly, Chair, because of the time,
Can I request, because
going to be just one
we
and
requested
very
the same from the previous
it's from
speaker.
NOSA. NOSA is giving us a very critical challenge in terms of competencies. Many of safety officers that are holding NOSA certificates, they can't even respond on what is a risk assessment. So CI and Deputy Minister, if he's still present, if maybe can we dismantle that thing of NOSA because it's disturbing us. Thank you.
The issue of capacity. So we have the two last hands. I think there's one at the right at the back.
Good afternoon.
Mili.
My name is Babalom Eke from KZN Provincial Office, Department of Labor.
On ILO conventions, I can take.
Thank you. Just two short issues. One, starting with the Maritime. Can they really maybe try to amend their legislation such that they take care of their vessel until the grave, so that we don't have the grey area they mentioned? Because to me, it's somehow they are dumping it now, and we also don't have enough knowledge as they when it comes to those vessels. So my request, is it possible that they can amend their legislation to cover and follow their vessel until the end of its life, or until it goes to the grave? Then lastly, to the regulators, I just want to check, I'm assuming your legislation criminal in nature in terms of offenses. Are you finding it easy in terms of the NPA when it comes to prosecutions? Because in the Department of Labor, we're really struggling. Maybe you do have a good success rate that you can share with us so that we can also use the same door that you use with the NPA. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you. One last question. I cannot remember where it is. Okay, yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thabo Ramelitsi from Rand Metal Denomination. My first question is directed to RSR. I just want to find out what is the definition of railway operators, and do these different operators follow the same process to get railway permits? And then the last question is for both the RSR and SAMSA. Where do we access these programs that they speak of, where we get awareness about the process and the regulations that they govern? Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I was actually taking stock of the questions that were being asked. At some point, I thought there was no question linked to rail. So, but the last question was. So let me start with, let me start on my right. If you could then respond to the questions, and we come to the Chief Inspector, and I will also reflect, there was a question that was linked to the ILO to some extent, so I'll respond to that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the questions. I think there was one question that asked about prosecution effectiveness, if we have anything like that. With the new Railway Safety Act, the inspectors will now be empowered to be peace officers, so it gives them a bit of some leeway in that area. So it hasn't yet, this new act was recently promulgated, so that's not something that has started yet, so I can't yet speak to that. But as far as what we do as far as compliance and ensuring compliance, we do issue contravention notices to railway operators. So if rail operators fail to apply for a safety permit on time or fail to submit the documentation that we ask them to submit, then we'll issue a contravention notice, which usually carries a fine that they have to pay. But over and above that, we also have some IDs, improvement directives and prohibition directives. So these are directives where we say, because you didn't make your space safe, or because we've identified it as an area where there are a lot of risks, you need to either stop if the risk is excessive, that will be called a prohibition directive, or you need to improve. So we'll give you an improvement directive, which says that we are watching this specific risk very closely. So those are the tools that we use as far as trying to issue penalties or trying to enforce the regulations. So we don't have anything as far as prosecution, but I do know that with the new Railway Safety Act, as I said, that there will be movement more towards that. So I suppose we will know after we have had the experience and we have seen how effective it is. I think
Thank you, Situnya. Nonhlanhla?
With us, in terms of prosecution, our role is quite wide. We have a unit where we have our surveyors who actually deal with the compliance specifically related to the vessel itself. If there's an issue that is raised with the structure of the vessel, then they will either detain the vessel up until all the issues are rectified. And if it's the employees, like the ones that I was talking about, the stevedoring companies, in that case, we issue what we call an admission of contravention, which is a fine towards the non-compliance that was found during the operations. And then also, I think there was another question that, with the prosecution, the Merchant Shipping Act actually empowers SAMSA to detain ships or to detain vessels up until whatever that is issue of a non-compliant even it goes further to, even though the crew that is not been paid, they will detain the ship up until that crew is paid, and then they let it, allow it to sail. And then I think there was another question that talked to incident investigation, whether we keep the records, if I had him right, or in terms of reporting. Yes, if it is an incident or an accident that occurred on board, SAMSA will investigate and will keep those records or that stats that talks to how many incidents happened, what type of incident, and the seriousness of that reported incident. So in terms of the Merchant Shipping Act, we talk to serious injuries or serious casualties. We call them casualties. So if someone is injured on board and there's an amputation, loss of limb, or they are admitted in hospital for 24 hours or more, then that is considered a serious incident, and so SAMSA will investigate if it occurred on board. If the employee was working within the maritime space but was on land, then they then report to the Department of Labor. But when it comes to compensation, SAMSA does not have any jurisdiction over that. So the person might be injured on board, but when it comes to their compensation, they will still go to the Department of Labor, but the investigation will be conducted by SAMSA, and SAMSA will keep those records.
Thank you. Thank you, Nhlanhla. Millie?
Thank you. So with regard to the questions that was asked to the Department of Employment and Labor, I would like to first start with, we here today are the OHS Inspectorate. And you know, you asked about autonomy. We are the OHS Inspectorate. We are not the employer for the Department of Employment and Labor. So with regard to issues related to occupancy rate, etc., there is a unit within the Department of Employment and Labor, because we have the Director General as the 16.1, then there's 16.2, there's the Occupational Health and Safety unit that should be able to respond to those questions when it comes to those particular matters, because that's an employer and an employee matter. Then when it comes to issues of pukas and them posing a serious risk, inspectors know what they need to do. No, inspectors, you know what you need to do. It doesn't help that you grumble, you know what you need to do. When there's anything that is unsafe, what do? You issue notices. Ne? That's what you're supposed to do. No, colleagues. If an area needs to be prohibited, if you need to issue a contravention notice, if you need to issue a prohibition notice, you are disrespectful, ne? And I'm not going to tolerate it, please, colleagues. You are inspectors. There's an employer-employee relationship. You are mandated to do what you need to do. Why is it that we have inspectors that closed Klerksdorp Labour Centre? How long has it been closed, CDPO? 2 years now, ne? Going for 3. Inspectors closed it. And I went there physically and I saw why it was closed. So, colleagues, you have a duty as an inspector, so perform your duties as an inspector. If you do not perform your duties as an inspector, then there's a challenge that you need to raise. Then when it comes to grey areas, with regard to policy and also us collaborating, collaboration is very important, because even during collaboration, that is where we identify some of these gaps and we agree there's overlap. then we have an MOU, or we decide there should be a policy change. Let's make an example with Maritime, where they were saying that there are specific equipment that there's challenges with. We should be able to engage, and then if we need to make amendments, either to an act or to regulations, that is what we need to do. Or we can have an agreement on where do we start, where does the next regulator stop. So there need to, in some instances, be policy reforms if there's a need. But as it is currently, we don't really have a solid relationship with any of the regulators, and I can see that they agree, where we regularly meet, we do joint inspections, we identify areas, and that is why we as the Department of Employment and Labour, IES, reached out to the regulators to say, let us start now. Whilst we have inspectors here, they have the inspectors, how do we collaborate? Where do we, so that we don't have areas, grey areas, where there's challenges, and ultimately the people that suffer is our workers. And then there's a question also on NOSA must be dismantled. NOSA is an organization, but you know, with us, we have a lot of matters related to regulatory skills. We speak about professional bodies recognized by the chief inspector. We have a lot of work that people are not happy, that we refer some of it to QCTO. So those are some of the matters. We can't just decide to dismantle a private company, but it is important for us to make sure that whoever does training at any company, that training is accredited and it's credible, and that you get people with the competent skills that will come out of it. That is why also there's a document that was developed on competent persons, so that there's an understanding. And if you look at the reforms that we're doing in our regulations, we are hammering on competent persons, because we have seen that in the field of health and safety, it becomes a cash cow. Anybody that decides that they don't want to work anymore, or they've retired, decides now to open a health and safety consultancy firm and sells forms or documents. So I don't want to speak about NOSA in particular. Then with regard to the question about who's the employer at schools, schools are a little bit different to other government departments, because if you look at government departments, I'll use ours as an example, or even Department of Health, because I have Dr. Sanabe here. You have the Director General, which is the employer, or the 16-1. Then you also have within the provincial space, like Dr. Sanabe, his boss is the HOD. And the HOD is ultimately then the employer at a provincial level. So with schools, it's a little bit different, because they also have your governing bodies, which is an employer. So with schools, I think it's something that we need to maybe discuss a little bit better, if there's gray areas related to it, because the schools is not as straightforward as with other government departments. I think it's more straightforward when it comes to private schools than it is with public schools, where you also have the governing body that plays, the chairperson that plays the role of an employer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Millie. A round of applause for the panelists. So we are at 16:44. We were supposed to finish at 16:30. And if I could just request the 5 remaining minutes, so that I can quickly respond to one question that was asked, and then I just go through the notes that I have taken here. There was a question that was asked earlier regarding, is there any way that ratification of these ILO conventions and application could be coordinated? So I wanted to reflect on that very briefly. The issue of ratification and how it's initiated is anchored within the tripartite consultation in any member state. What I mean by that, in the case of South Africa, the tripartite consultation mechanism is NEDLAC, and this is based on Convention 141 on tripartite consultation. So it can be initiated within that space. Sometimes, yes, workers would initiate the issue of ratification, But I want to mention that because of sovereignty, member states can do it independent or individually from other member states. However, we have observed SADC, particularly the employment and labor sector, where they would look at ratification, interest for ratification within the SADC member states, and then they will be working at that level. So it's duplicated as well when it comes to the AU, because the African Union Commission has what is called Social and Labor Affairs Department. So if there's an interest of ratification for a particular convention or conventions, then it could be anchored within those social dialogue mechanisms. But it is somehow coordinated, but it becomes very difficult because of the issue of sovereignty. At this point, I would like to quickly reflect on 5 points that I have picked up as the discussion was unfolding. Chief Inspector, there are terms that are sometimes used, terms like takeaways, and I've developed not to use this term because I've learned that sometimes when you say takeaways, other people take all the points and then others will be left with nothing. So let me indicate that these are 5 points for consideration by the conference. The first one that I picked was strengthening regulatory coherence across sectors. And what I realized when this was discussed, a unified national approach to occupational health and safety must be prioritized with strengthened coordination between labor, rail, it could be maritime, and other regulatory bodies. The second one is embedding a culture of prevention, not compliance. All regulatory panelists that were here, they did emphasize that laws alone sometimes are insufficient. The system must intentionally shift from reactive enforcement toward proactive risk prevention, which is supported by leadership, accountability, worker participation, and sector-specific behavioral change strategies. The third one, investing in regulatory capacity and enforcement capability would also be very important to discuss, because we do sometimes have resource shortages, whether technical, financial, or human. The fourth one, modernizing occupational health and safety frameworks to address emerging risks. I think even though it was not pronounced, but you could hear some of those sentiments, because regulatory frameworks, they must evolve to address emerging and persistent risks, issues like violence and harassment, psychosocial hazards, technological change, fatigue, the list goes on and on and on. Then finally, elevating social dialogue and worker voice as core to occupational health and safety governance is important, because sustainable improvements in health and safety require structured participation from workers, unions, employers, and regulators. Therefore, a stronger culture of social dialogue, which is grounded in transparency, shared accountability, and continuous learning, must become a central pillar of occupational health and safety reform. So those are the notes that I took. I will share with the organizing team so that as we discuss, we can focus on those. I requested for 5 minutes. I think I'm left with 2. I received a note that I should actually share some announcements. But I must say, when I received this note, it was written both sides. And I had to do some verification, which side should I read, because the other one seemed like it was not for me. So I can assure you, I'm reading the right side of the note. The first announcement, there were sunglasses, a pair of sunglasses that was found together with a wallet. So if you are missing sunglasses and a wallet, please make sure that you come to us somebody has those for you. The other announcement, tomorrow we will be starting at 8 a.m. This would be an hour earlier than we started today, and as indicated in the program. And on that note, I would like once again to invite you to a round of applause as I'm providing some gifts for the panelists. You see, there's another part of the note that I didn't receive. Advocate Renard, can I ask you to come to the podium as well, so that you also can get your goodie? Okay. Sorry. Can I give you this? Yeah?
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you so much.
thank you. Yeah. Very much for being a great audience. Bennington. Oh.